Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Hope you're all doing great. Hope you all had a great rest of your weekend and a great start to your week. What's up, everyone? It's going to be a fun stream today. We are going to experiment a little bit in Master Duel, and then we are booting up Duel Links, which I haven't streamed in a long time. But they have the World's Qualifier this upcoming weekend, and I'm gonna take part in it. And I have arranged a little session with the reigning world champion Sniffus, who is gonna teach us a little bit about the current format, so that we are as well prepared as possible. Now, realistically, my training for that has already started, because it'd be kind of delusional to start looking into the format on the Tuesday, like 3 days before it starts. So I've already I've already started testing Duel Links a little bit recently, but we're gonna get Sniffus on stream still to teach me some of the more detailed stuff. It should be a fun one later down the line, but that is gonna be more in like 3-ish hours that we're gonna start doing that. Until then, we have some time to mess around with some Zoodiacs in Master Duel. And we also have a new Genesys update, which I want to take a look at today. So that's just going to be our warm-up for today. We're going to skip on the card guesser today because we don't have that much time. The stream might be a little bit longer today than usual, simply because I don't know. I don't know. We're just going to go by vibes later when we do Duel Links. We're just going to see how long it takes, how long I want to do it for. But we might go longer than usual just because. But I did want to get some Master Duel in beforehand as well. The schedule for the next couple of weeks, we've already talked about it a couple times in recent streams, but the schedule for the next couple of weeks is going to be a little bit different. Simply because of those events that are happening. Like I'm doing the Duel Links Worlds Qualifier, and then I'm also doing the Master Duel Worlds Qualifier. So you're basically getting 2 back-to-back full weekend streams. This upcoming weekend, I'm going to stream all of my Duel Links World Qualifier, and then the week after, I'm doing all of my Master Duel Worlds Qualifier weekend. So yeah, you're going to get a lot of content over the weekends, but I am going to take a couple of days off during the week as a result. Like, for example, after I do the Duel Links Qualifier, there's not going to be a stream on Monday. There is also not going to be a stream tomorrow because I'm just taking some time off before the weekend. And then on Thursday, there is a stream, but it's later than usual because I'm on Thursday. I'm commentating the Continental Clash, which I don't know if you've seen that already going on, but there's basically it's a Master Duel event where some Yu-Gi-Oh influencers are teaching how to play Master Duel to some other content creators, and then they're going to face off in a tournament, and that's going to be on Thursday. And I'm going to be commentating that. But that is happening like Thursday evening. New players. I believe it is. I don't know. I actually don't. I don't know how much each of these individual content creators have played Yu-Gi-Oh before. I think some of them have played Yu-Gi-Oh a little bit. But either way, it's basically they are non-Yu-Gi-Oh creators. And they are being taught Yu-Gi-Oh by different coaches. Like I believe Lampy is also one of the coaches. And then they're gonna face off in a tournament on Thursday. Will Charlie be one of the influencers? I don't know if I don't. Charlie is not one of the influencers because I don't think he's in the budget, to be quite honest with you. Also, to be fair, it is all European-based content creators. Like there's a Team UK, a Team France, a Team Germany, a Team Italy, and a Team Spain. So there's that. But even if there was a team USA or something, I don't know if Charlie would have been in the budget for it. he's quite some magnitudes bigger than the content creators in there. But yeah. Okay. Which format? I believe since all of the teams have 3 players, I think it's a 3v3. I think that's cool. I think that's really cool because that's the first time it's not the first time they're doing a content creator event like this, but it's the first time they're doing it as like a 3v3, I think, which is kind of awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I was not one of the coaches this year. Of course, I have been a coach previously in previous years when we taught Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame how to play the game. But this year I'm going to be casting the tournament, and it's happening on Thursday. So yeah, that's going to be the plan for the Thursday stream. I hope that sharing cards doesn't confuse them. I don't know exactly what the decks are. I don't know if they have to build the decks themselves or if it's decks that are given to them. I have no idea, but it's going to be fun, I think. So yeah, that's the plan for the rest of the week. Today we're doing Master Duel and Duel Links. Tomorrow is off. Thursday we're doing Continental Clash. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday is Duel Links Worlds Qualifier all 3 days, unless I'm crashing out and I give up halfway through, but I don't plan on doing that. So that is the plan for the rest of the week. So a lot of content. And then next week, well, Monday is off. I'll probably stream Tuesday, Wednesday. At least I'll try. And then I'll probably take Thursday off. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday again, Master Duel Worlds Qualifier. So we're in for a ride in these next 2 weeks of content. There, you are in for a lot of content, and I am in for a lot of Duelist Cup emotes. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of excited for it though, and I think it's gonna be fun. The Duel Links weekends for me personally, they are stressful, but they also are a lot of fun. So I am looking forward to it. I'm probably gonna suffer during it a little bit, but I'm still excited for it. All right, cool. And with that, and with everyone having some time to settle in, let us begin today's stream with the Genesys June points update. Okay, Dark Horse, thank you for the 100 bits. We are reacting to the Genesys points update. Yes, we are looking at it just now. So, Genesys June points update. I've read a little bit online about this already. I've seen very positive. It's been very positively received from what I could tell. At first glance, I haven't looked at the changes yet, but personally I like what's going on with Genesys at the moment. I mean, of course, there still is this big debate of, is Genesys good or is it not, or is it too close to advanced constructed, or is it fine? I personally don't really care about that debate at the moment. All that matters for me is that from the looks of it, I think it's a fun format. And so if you like the format, then by all means go play it. And if you dislike the format, then by all means don't go play it. I think it's as easy as that. I personally like the format. I have signed up for the Genesys Championship at the European Championship. For all of you that have missed it, it's basically the way Genesys is going to work from now, or at least for now, is day 1 for the Genesys Championships is the Friday, and the day 2 is the Sunday. What this means is you can play day 1 of Genesys. You don't have to give up day 1 of the main event for it. The European Championship, the NAWCQ, or even at YCSs, you can play day 1 in Advanced Constructed and day 1 in Genesys. You just have to choose which day 2 you want to play. And I think that's a great way to promote the format, and a great way to get people to try it, because they have great pricing, because it's the same pricing as the main event. And you don't have to give up playing the main event for it. So basically what you can do is you can just play both day 1s, see which one you do better in, see which one you make day 2 in, and that's going to be what you do on the Sunday. Now, the only problem arises, I suppose, is if you make day 2 in both tournaments. Let's say you make day 2 in Genesys and day 2 in the EUWCQ. Yes, you have to choose on Sunday. But that's like kind of like a first world problem. Like, oh, I made day 2 in both tournaments. What do I play? Well, you just play the one that you think you have a better chance in, or the one you enjoy more. That's fine. But you can still try both, right? And for a lot of people, the more likely outcome is that they make day 2 in one of them, but not day 2 in the other. And then that gives them something really cool to do on Sunday either way. And I think that's awesome. So yes, I have signed up for the Genesys Championship at the EUWCQ. I'm going to be playing it on Friday. And so let's take a look at what's changing in the format until then. With YCS Columbus under our belts, featuring the first Genesys YCS main event and a bunch of OTS events, especially during the Genesys celebration, we have enough data to do the next Genesys points update. Side note, in terms of OTS data, it looks like Genesys is a very regional format, much like the game was back in its very early days, and it's fascinating to watch it evolve all over again like in the early 2000s. Previously, we did a preview article before each point list, but last time there was a lot of speculation panic that was excessive. So this time we're doing the points update and the companion article at the same time. Okay, I like this. I think having the explanations and the changes side by side immediately, it just makes sense. Interesting thing to note here, Genesys being a very regional format. Personally, from the comments I'm getting about Genesys format, I think this is true. Because one thing I hear very often is that Genesys, or people's enjoyment of Genesys, very, very often depends on if there even is an opportunity to play it, right? And that makes sense. You know, there's no point. There's no, like, it doesn't matter how good the format is if you don't have a place to play it. And for Genesys, I've been getting a couple of comments where people are saying like, yeah, I would like to try it, but I just don't have an opportunity because near me there is no tournaments being hosted. And then other places, they don't have that problem. Like my locals, for example, was doing or is still doing Genesys only once a month, but they are doing Genesys. So I do have opportunities to play it. And whenever I went, I had a good time. And I think that's cool. But of course, it sucks if you're not able to play it. I don't know if that's exactly what they're referring to here. But of course, I think popularizing a format like this is going to take a while. Right? It needs to be a good format, but even if it is a good format, it needs to, like, it's going to take a while for people to realize that, and also for people to even be willing to try it. I think the thing that I mentioned earlier about the main events or the Genesys events happening now, day 1 Friday, day 2 Sunday, I think that is a huge step towards the popularity of Genesys format, because that's going to give advanced constructed players a chance to try the format without having to give up the main event for it, right? I think it's going to be, just for me at least, it's going to be a very natural thing. If I'm traveling to a YCS, just play Genesys on Friday. Why not? Like I'm there anyways. It's basically got the same prizes as an advanced constructed YCS. So let's just play Genesys on Friday. Why not? And if I make day 2, well, that's a good backup plan to have for Sunday. If the advanced constructed main event doesn't go as well as I would like it to, I can play Genesys on Sunday, and I think that's cool. But anyways, the distribution of decks at YCS Columbus was a lot more spread out. The most common decks were Red Dragon Archfiend, Monarchs, Doomsday, Dark Lords, followed closely by a cluster of Radiant Typhoon, Clown Crew, Magnet Warriors, and Mimikghoul. RDA and Radiant Typhoon were the most successful decks, with 4 duelists each in top 32, and 2 of each in the top 8, and the finals was RDA versus Radiant Typhoon. Monarchs got 3 into the top 32, but they didn't quite make the final cut. Now, this is, I think, one of the second big thing about Genesys format that I think is pretty hard to deny, which is that Genesys format does still allow a lot of more modern archetypes to see play, right? Like a lot of these decks that we're seeing in Genesys format at the moment, now they are receiving points as it sounds here, but still, the decks that are good in Genesys format are still decks that are, well, maybe not good in advanced constructed, but they are still decks that have gotten new support recently. So I would say Genesys has evolved into something that it wasn't originally promised as, and I think that is something that some people have a problem with, and I think that's valid. I still think that what Genesys is at the moment is good, because basically a lot of the decks here, maybe with the exception of Radiant Typhoon, all of these decks here are decks that are struggling in advanced constructed, right? These are all decks that got legacy support, and people like these decks, at least some of them. But like a lot of them simply weren't able to perform in advanced constructed, so Genesys gives you a place to play those decks. Oh yeah, Doomsday recently also has risen to meta viability in advanced constructed. That's true. Although I would assume the Doomsday deck is probably very different in Genesys because it doesn't have all the pendulums, all the power patron stuff. It might be a completely different deck, right? But still, my point is basically Genesys is not a way to play super old decks at the moment. You can. The gap between these older decks is not as large as the gap is in advanced constructed. Like if you're bringing an older deck to Genesys, I don't think you're getting stomped as hard as you would if you were to play advanced constructed. But the way I personally look at Genesys at the moment is it just feels like a more balanced environment where a lot of these newer archetypes that are basically, a lot of these archetypes, in my opinion, are pretty cool because they're not super like powerful, not super broken in advanced constructed. That's why I like them. But that's also why they're not good in Advanced Constructed. But Genesys does give you a place to play those decks at a more, you know, essentially, to me, Genesys format feels like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, Advanced Constructed Yu-Gi-Oh, but less broken, if that makes sense. And I think that's good. I personally like that. I very often, you know, when you hear me complain about certain things in Advanced Constructed, it's often because, you know, certain things are just way too broken, and auto winning and non-games creating. And to my personal experience, I think that is happening less in Genesys format. Like, you're still playing modern decks, but you're playing more games. There's less non-games in Genesys from my experience, and feel free to weigh in if you've played Genesys yourself and tell me what you think about that. But personally, I've just experienced less floodgates in Genesys, less auto win boards, more engine versus engine. Not, and I want to clarify, not zero. There's not been zero floodgates. You know, there have been issues where I've gotten turn skipped by Rongo in the early days of Genesys format. It was not zero, those issues, but they are less than in Advanced Constructed, is what my experience with the format was. But yeah, feel free to let me know what you think about that. And I personally think that's good. I like that. So yeah, RDA and Radiant Typhoon were the most successful decks. Oh, we already read that. As always, we're clumping the cards into similar groups for discussion, but first, some top deck adjustments. All right, Crimson Blade Dragon from 0 to 10, Power Wise Dragon from 5 to 6. So that is decent point increases for Radiant, for Red Dragon Archfiend. We got Dark Lord Jehudi going from 0 to 5. I don't know if this is a 1 of or a 3 of in Dark Lords, but in pure Dark Lords, it's probably a 3 of, since it's the one that searches when it goes to grave. So you probably play more of it. It's a great fusion material / discard. And also, I think, wait, no, Jehudi is the starter. What's the Gulgule is the one that searches. Yeah, my bad. So the starter goes to 5. So that is basically 15 points added. Eidos is going to 5. Mimigul Dungeon is going to 5. Radiant Typhoon Corsair goes from 0 to 7. It's kind of crazy this card was unpointed. But yeah, those seem like reasonable point adjustments for these decks without killing each of them. At least I don't think it does kill those decks, but it still is a pretty decent increase for these cards. Individual card outliers. The most played card in the tournament was Illusion Gate. Yeah, this one's crazy to me, that they haven't pre-pointed Illusion Gate. With 56% of all players using at least one copy. And I'm going to be honest with you, if Illusion Gate wasn't somewhat expensive, I think this number would have been even higher. One copy isn't shocking since it can only apply its effect once per duel, but about 12% of the field had 3 in their main deck. Okay. Other popular removal cards included Dark Hole, 20% of Duelists, Ultimate Slayer, 14%, various Kaijus not named Gameciel, and Final Bring. Wait, did they point Gameciel but not the other ones? Did they really point Gameciel but not the other ones? Okay. That seems weird. And Final Bringer of the End Times. Gameciel, on the other hand, being the lowest attack kaiju, was 6 times as common as the next... Oh, never mind. They're just splitting it up into categories. Okay, we've debated whether to consider kaijus on a name-by-name basis or treat all kaijus the same, but for the time being, we're considering them as individual cards, so only Gameciel gets tagged, and we'll see how things shade out from there. I'm gonna be honest with you, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Playing Gameciel over like the 2200 kaiju over the 2400 kaiju, for example, over Kumungus, is only a very small optimization. If you only put 1 point on Gameciel, people immediately stop playing Gameciel and play the other kaiju. Realistically. The only argument to point Gameciel is if there was a deck out there that actually uses it for its on-field effect, which is actually quite broken. If you didn't know, it's basically infinite Omni Negates if it's paired with the Kaiju field spell and it has enough counters. So in theory, there's a world where that sees play at some point, but so it does make some sense if Gameciel actually saw play in that way. I haven't seen anyone play it that way, but okay. It is also level 8. It helps some decks. Yeah, but there's other level 8 kaijus that you can play instead if you care about the level, right? Like basically what I'm saying is Gameciel is literally just very, very marginally better than the other kaijus. So if you put points on Gameciel but not on the other kaijus. Also, just in general, this is the one thing that I'm not sure how I feel about with Genesys format, is that like I think just because a card is popular does not necessarily mean you have to point it. I personally think that with Genesys format, I feel like they are trying to promote a certain way to play the game, and some cards could be just considered healthy in this sort of environment and should be allowed to be played. Like, a card being popular is not always a bad thing. A card being popular is only a bad thing if it does something that you don't think is balanced, right? If a card, like, for example, an example for this that I do understand is very polarizing and not everyone agrees on this, but an example for this is in advanced constructed format, Fallen and the Virtuous, for example, is a card that, in my opinion, is incredibly powerful and incredibly popular, but it does promote healthy gameplay. So I personally don't want Fallen and the Virtuous to be hit, right? Just based off popularity is how I feel about that. And I know not everyone agrees on this. Some people are like, no, the card does too much, it should be hit, which is a valid point. But I personally don't think that's the case. SP Little Knight is another example of a card that is extremely powerful and extremely popular, but I would never say it should be banned because I think SP Little Knight is a healthy interaction. And I think if cards like that are popular, that's a good thing. You know, I want these cards to be popular because it speaks loads about the state of the format. I feel like every format where you can play Fallen and the Virtuous and you're not forced to play like 25 hand traps or the most powerful board breakers in the game, if you can play a 1-for-1 removal card that creates some follow-up, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at a good point. So that's how I feel about Fallen and the Virtuous. And I think you can make similar arguments for cards like Final Bringer of the End Times. You know, like if there's a format, if Genesis is a place where Final Bringer of the End Times is a viable Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, and that card is so interactive. That Final Bringer of the End Times is such a dynamic and interactive card. And it's like, well, should we really punish the usage of a card like that? Doesn't it kind of like promote the exact gameplay you would want in Genesis format? And you could argue the same thing with Kaijus. You know, Kaijus being in the format is probably not a bad thing. You know, like, well, what's so bad with a 1-for-1 removal going second, right? But yeah, anyways. We'll see if they do anything about these cards. So far, they're just talking about the popularity. And honestly, 20%, 14%, 14% is not even that crazy, to be fair. That's not even close to the numbers that some cards in advanced constructed format are hitting. Like, we're talking, the most played card was Illusion Gate with 56% of players, right? Like, that is, like, dude, Ash Blossom and Droll, those are hitting 80, 90% plus in advanced constructed format, right? Like, that's the kind of comparison we're making right now. Like, we're mentioning Dark Hole even though it's in 20% of decks, which is not even close to the most popular cards in advanced constructed. There are a few non-engine cards that saw a massive jump in play since the last database adjustments. The Heralds have seen a 10 times increase in users since, yeah, dude, the Heralds need points. Part of this was, and this is the Heralds need points because they're hand traps that just negate cards, which is not as desirable as gameplay as something like Final Bringer of the End Times, in my opinion. Part of this was an increase in decks that use a lot of fairy monsters like Fluffle, Dark Lord, and Pearly, plus decks splashing in things like Keldo the Sacred Protector. Let's talk about Dimensional Fissure! We're talking about Dimensional Fissure! We know a lot of folks have been wringing their hands over this card since Genesis launched, but its actual usage rate has been extremely low in all the actual deck data thus far. Okay, and this is where, I guess this is where my problem comes from with this entire logic, right? At the moment, it seems like they are basing their decisions very, very heavily around popularity of cards, right? We already talked about it in this sense of pointing cards that are popular, and we're also, this is the opposite basically. They are not pointing some toxic cards just because they're not popular. But the problem is, here's the thing, right? 14% Final Bringer of the End Times is completely fine. Even 10% or whatever of Dimensional Fissure would not be okay. Even if I'm playing against Dimensional Fissure only 1 in 10 games, it's still a problem. I'm down to play against Final Bringer of the End Times in every single game. I don't care. Have my opponent, like, if this card has a 100% play rate, I don't give a shit because it's a fine Yu-Gi-Oh card. So legitimately, just I think they need to move away a little bit from this just popularity standpoint. Like, it's not just the popularity that, you know, you need to look at, and you need to talk about, like, hey, what kind of gameplay should Genesys format have? And do these cards have a place in it or not? Even if it's a very small popularity, still, please, like, it's a floodgate. You've done so good with hitting all the floodgates in Genesys format. Why is this one allowed to run free? So the way a card plays, I think, often is more important than how often a card is seeing play. But yeah. The usage rate has been extremely low until YCS Columbus. At Columbus, the most reviled card in the format finally had an event where its reputation and its registration numbers starting to align. Though even with a massive spike, it still didn't reach 20% of all decks. And that's the thing, like 20% of all decks. That's another thing. Also, you need to measure these cards in different ways. Dimensional Fissure is a card that naturally is going to see a lower play rate than Final Bringer of the End Times, for example, most of the time, because it's not as generic, because not every deck can use it. Basically, what I would be interested in is how many of the decks that can play Dimensional Fissure did play Dimensional Fissure. And I think that number is extremely high in Genesys format, right? Because if only 20% of decks play Dimensional Fissure, that's not because it's not a good card. That's because there's probably a lot of decks in the format that just can't, right? And as a result, the same thing with Dimension Shifter. If there's a card that every deck that can play it plays it, and it's a floodgate, that's a problem. Because that basically means the card has like 100% play rate in the decks that can use it. Like up here, for example, I'm pretty sure Dark Lords and Red Dragon Archfiend cannot play Dimensional Fissure, right? I'm pretty sure they cannot play it. I think they need the graveyard pretty heavily, and Monarchs might also need the graveyard with their monsters. And so it's like, okay, right, these decks in the format that are currently popular, they can't play Dimensional Fissure. So the play rate is low, so we're not hitting it, is not a great logic, because every like Radiant Typhoon deck that doesn't care about Dimensional Fissure is spamming it. And that still is a high play rate for the card, because it's not a card that can go into every deck by default. So yeah. Still being up in the high teens is enough to finally get it on the radar and get it some points. Before you ask, Dimension Shifter continues to decline in use with every event. No, we aren't planning to lower its points, but an increase isn't justified by the data either. I disagree with this heavily for the same arguments we just talked about. I think this is putting way too much emphasis on popularity, but you know, at least Dimension Shifter already has some points, but still, I think, what is Dimension Shifter? 10 points, I think, is criminally low. And I think a card like this has literally no place in Genesys format. I think if Dimension Shifter has a 1% play rate, that's too high for this format. So please, for the love of God, move away with this idea of just looking at the play rate and nothing else. Literally take 1 second to think about what this card does to the game if it's being played. It creates an absolute non-game, which is, I think, the opposite of what they want to achieve with Genesys format. So for the love of God, put more points on Shifter. If one person in the tournament feels inclined to play Shifter, that's a problem. We continue to watch every bit of data on these two cards very closely. Finally, despite its point increase in March, the usage of Nibiru went up by about 1/3, which is significant, and its users were very successful, so Nibiru cost will tick up again a bit. That I can get behind. I think Nibiru is a card that I feel like in advanced format is very necessary to keep certain decks and strategies in check. I think as long as Genesys format is doing a good job at keeping these strategies in check naturally, I think Nibiru, basically, if there's like very little Omni Negates and endboards in general are fairer and like overall, then I think Nibiru isn't necessary to balance out the game. And you don't want to be, you don't want to make it like too free to play. But I think that's okay. All right. So Book of Eclipse from 3 to 4. Minor change. Okay, Book of Moon going down. First of all, this is just fixing an inherent flaw of Book of Eclipse being cheaper than Book of Moon, which is crazy. But okay. Dimensional Fissure from 0 to 10. Now that's significant. All right. Play set of Dimensional Fissure is going to cost you 30 points. I love to see that. Gamma Seal from 0 to 3 is basically going to replace Gamma Seal with another Kaiju in every deck that wants to play Kaijus. I don't really agree with that. Illusion Gate from 0 to 10 might, honestly, for a card, it can be main deck. It can be main deck, but I think it's often also a side deck card. In the side deck, you're not going to spend like 30 points on Illusion Gate, but it can be played as a one-of. But 10 points for one non-engine is very, very heavy in Genesis format, so it might kill the card for now. Paired Ride going from 0 to 1, that's fine. Artifact Lancea. Going from 0 to 1. Okay, dude. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't even know. Is there a deck that Lancea is really good against and people were just spamming it? I mean, I guess it's going in the right direction. Lancea was played as a 0-cost pair for the Heralds. It was good against Monarchs. Okay, well, all right, there you go. Herald of the Orange Light going from 0 to 3. Herald of the Green Light going from 0 to 2. Herald of the Purple Light going from 0 to 1. Okay, I don't know if you needed to point purple. Green and orange, they need points, I think. These cards are not interesting. So that's that. And then Fuba going from 7 to 8 and Nibiru going from 6 to 8 is, I think, fair enough for these cards. I think that is fair enough. Okay, I like these changes overall. Another look at Blazing Dominion. We initially costed Power of Ice Dragon aggressively after considering that RDA already had almost half its points tied up in the extra deck, and it was going to get at least one more extra deck monster in the 10 to 15 point range, possibly 2. Yeah, I mean, RDA is getting overframes eventually, right? And so the deck is going to get even stronger, but it's also going to get more cards that are going to gain some points. After watching the deck storm through the YCS like the Master of Faster himself and looking at the numbers, Power of Ice Dragon was only slightly low, but we need to make RDA pay for Crimson Blade Dragon as well, so it's getting some points. Now this I think is good. I think, like, in the grand scheme of things, this is still something that Genesis format has over Advanced Constructed, is they do very, very often respond faster to meta trends and meta development, simply because they have the freedom to post more frequent updates to Genesis format. I think that is an incredibly good thing. Still, I think in the future, at least for, I think, community perception of Genesis format, I think it would be helpful if they went just a little bit more aggressive on new cards. Because I think people don't like it when there's just a new deck that's completely taking over the format. And now, completely taking over is not really what happened here. It didn't completely take over the YCS or anything, but I think toning down the new stuff just a little bit more to make sure that, you know, you can still play the older stuff a little bit more competitively, I think would be good. And honestly, I personally would rather, and you can let me know if you agree, but I personally would rather have a new deck getting like slightly higher pointed, and then if it doesn't see play, they go down a little bit, than the other way around, because that makes sure nothing breaks the format, nothing becomes too powerful too quickly. Like, for example, like Red Dragon Archfiend, right? Like, if you're a Red Dragon Archfiend fan, of course you do like that Red Dragon Archfiend comes out and is playable in Genesis format, right? But I think it would still be okay if it came out with some more points. You try to play it, it ends up being good or not good, and then if it's not good, it goes down in points, and you get to play it still, right? So, okay. We were worried that we might have overcosted the Clown Crew spells and left Flare at 0 to ensure that players could at least try the deck out. It had a pretty good debut despite not landing any duelists in the top 8. Some players have concerns about the Wicked Avatar being an achievable summon in the deck, which we can understand. However, players have been trying to make the Wicked Avatar work on and off nearly 20 years now. If there comes a day when Wicked Avatar is able to replicate the past success of Plasma, it could receive the same treatment. Sure. I mean, I don't know if it's fair to say people tried to make it work for 20 years, because Genesis format is not 20 years old. It's not the same, you know, like it's the Wicked Avatar not seeing play in Advanced Constructed is not the same as Genesis format. It is easier to make it work in Genesis format. because of course the power level of other decks is lower, so they don't like, there's less hand traps and stuff like that. But yeah, so essentially once again they're saying the same thing of this card is problematic if it sees play, but we're not going to hit it until it sees play, which, yeah, I personally don't love that. I think if you're aware that this problem exists, if you're aware that there's a risk, then, you know. On the other hand, I do think this is somewhat on purpose. I do think that they are like challenging players to kind of like break the format a little bit every once in a while. I think that is kind of part of the idea of Genesys format, is that there are some cards around because technically everything is playable and legal. And it's like, okay, you know, you could be the one who develops a strategy around this certain card, and then you force them to point it, which is in some way, shape, or form, you know, I get it. To an extent, I get it that could be an appeal to the format. That like some cards are out there and they're just waiting for someone to break it and be the one who does it. All right. So yeah. Destiny Hero Plasma probably has 100 points, right? I'm pretty sure it does have 100 points. So basically what they're saying is for now, wait, 5? Plasma has 5 points? There's no way. Plasma is 20. Okay. Okay. Princess Dracana saw more play than we thought she would, which was nice, but only one player rolled up with an Earth Machine strategy, which was less nice. Miracle Ejector escaped containment very quickly. It's unfortunate for Hero fans, but it's certainly not the first time in the game's history something like this has happened. Shared engines and best in-engine slots. Speaking of Miracle Ejector, it falls under this category. Cards that were included for a specific deck, but broke containment and are seeing a lot of play beyond their theme. This is also where the basic Cool Tune monsters land now that they've become engine cards in multiple other synchro strategies in addition to their own. Spell card Soul Exchange is doing its best impression of Super Poly across multiple decks. The XYZ decks have also become extremely efficient at spitting out the F-Zeros, and the synchro decks are trending towards generic use of Shengying. Okay, so here we have a couple of other hits. We see the Conduction Warrior going from 0 to 6 and Magnet Bonding going from 0 to 5. That is significant points for Magnet Warriors, and I think that's good. Magnet Warriors, I'm pretty sure, was really, really good in Genesys format. We have Miracle Ejector going to 5. Earthbound Prisoner Stone Sweeper is the searcher for Fiend Tuners, I believe, the one that you discard. So that one searches Rico in Cool Tune. Keldo, the Sacred Protector, and Modora down here are going from 1 to 2 points. I think that these cards, I think, are extremely low pointed for what they are in Genesys format. Cool Tune Clip goes from 6 to 7, and Q also goes from 6 to 7. Cool Tune Mix goes to 5, Rico goes to 5. Okay, so heavy points on Cool Tune. Heavy Poly goes to 3. Spell card Soul Exchange goes to 13 points from 3. Okay. I mean, you do. I think this is harsh, but I do think I agree with it, because in a format, because in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, right, the power of board breakers has scaled with the power of end boards, right? It's kind of like we've been talking about this arms race of like they're making end boards stronger, then they make more powerful pieces to combat the end boards, then they make end boards stronger again, and like in Genesys format, end boards in general are more fair and have less negation on them a lot of the times. And so like just blowing apart an end board completely with spell card Soul Exchange because it doesn't have a way to stop it also isn't, you know, the greatest gameplay. So I think this card might just be overpowered for what Genesys format is. I don't know if it should be higher pointed than Illusion Gate, because Illusion Gate was 10, but still, you know, this card is extremely powerful. Shengying goes to 10 points. I can get behind that. Zaylin goes to 12. I can get behind that. And then Utopic Draco Future and Utopic Future Zexal go from 20 to 25 and 0 to 5. Okay, can get behind all that. Shenanigans. For as long as SJC YCS events have existed, there's always been at least one person in the room trying to assemble Exodia, and this one was no different. Those who come after will have a tougher time. The other contentious strategies was the hero deck that had Elemental Hero Cosmo Neos, filling the same role as Calamity. This is an interesting case because Cosmoneos isn't being cheated out like King Calamity usually was. The whole point of the hero combo is to get the correct materials engraved using favorite contact to fuse them. We'll prize Cosmoneos the same as Calamity because of their similar effects, but favorite contact does not get points at this time. Okay, hold up. Just a few things. Now, I would argue that it doesn't really matter whether a card is being cheated out or not. As long as the card says skip your opponent's entire turn, I'm pretty sure it's a problem no matter how it happens. Like, the thing that matters is that it's happening. Okay? So it's like, okay, you know, as long as it's happening, it's a problem, no matter how. And the second thing that confuses me here isn't the reasoning why Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity is 21 points precisely because the combination of Calamity and Crimson Dragon was made impossible, right? It was 21 for Calamity and 80 for Crimson Dragon to make sure you cannot make it, because that's 101 points. But so what's the logic of, well, Cosmoneos does the same thing as Calamity, but there's actually no trick involved in cheating it out, but we're giving it the same amount of points as Calamity, which is 21, which is incredibly low for an effect like this. The only reason why 21 points on Calamity works is because another card that makes it possible is at 80. That's why the 21 points on Calamity makes it work. The Cosmoneos at 21, depending on what the rest of the hero engine is, doesn't make a freaking difference, right? It only makes a difference if the rest of the deck is so pointed that you can't make it happen. So essentially, what this means is you can still do it. You're just gonna have less points for non-engine in the deck now. To be honest, you have to play a lot of bricks for Cosmoneos. I don't know. I haven't really seen it win anything, right? That's the thing. It's not a popular strategy. It might not even be a good strategy, but it's a toxic strategy, right? So, and I think that's the point here, is that popularity and success is not always the thing that should determine how many points. Like here's the thing. There are a lot of floodgates and turn skips on the Genesys point list with 100 points, which was one of, like, the community cannot seem to agree whether Genesys format is good or not as a whole, as a concept. You know, there's a lot of debate going on about it. One thing that I feel like everyone agreed on was that 100 points on every floodgate was a good thing in the beginning. I've seen no one upset about that. You know, people are constantly upset about, oh, this deck is pointed too high, this deck is pointed too low, the archetypes that are being played are too modern. Like, there's so many debates going on about Genesys format, but one thing that no one has an issue with, that everyone likes, is that the floodgates are 100 points, right? And I feel like they the one thing they completely nailed in the beginning, they're not following up properly here with Cosmoneos going from 0 to 21. Like, just make that card 100. Like, obviously it's a 100-point card. It skips your opponent's turn. So yeah, and it's just like, I feel like the initial, like, in the beginning, there was a lot more focus on what the format was meant to be, and now it's all just data and popularity, and it's like, well, actually, you know, people are summoning this card properly and it's not that popular, so we don't have to point it that high. Like, come on, just give it 100. No one's going to be mad about that. So yeah, I genuinely, what I'm asking myself also when we're having this argument about Dimensional Fissure and Dimensional Shifter, like, what do we gain from this? Like, what's the point? Like, yeah, technically you're correct. The cards are about 20% popularity. You don't have to hit them if you're coming from that standpoint. Like, what are we arguing about here? Like, Angel 07, yeah, Angel 07 is 100 points. What? Like, clearly you had the right idea in the beginning. But now we're arguing about popularity on Dimensional Fissure and Dimension Shifter, and the fact that Cosmoneos is healthier than Calamity because it's not being cheated out; it's actually being summoned with the proper materials. Like, come on. All right, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Primal going from 0 to 5. Ix-Shell going from 5 to 7. Okay, so more Dark Lord hits. Inferno at Evil going from 0 to 7. Magical, okay, these are all hits to the Exodia deck, I think. Magical Mallet, Subspace Battle, Chicken Game, Upstart, Into the Void, just making it harder to draw your deck. That makes sense. I think that's good. Decks almost no one registered. Plenty of people were running Chengying as a generic synchro, but no one was actually playing Sword Soul as a deck. So we've done a bit of oh, these are the point decreases. Okay. Union Hanger has dropped again as well, and there's a bunch more. There's been an ongoing culling of the points from the original launch list, but we're being cautious because we don't want to insert a poison pill into the format by accident. This culling pass is more aggressive though, so we're being aggressively cautious. All right. Big Welcome Labyrinth from 20 to 15. Change of Hearts to 6 to 3. Christrons going down in points. Dark End going to 0. That might make a solid card actually. Denglong going from 20 to 10. Okay. Dragonic Diagram going from 15 to 10. Dragon Maid Tidying going to 1. Dragon's Light and Darkness going to 1. Duality going to 1. A little more interesting. Philia Regis going to 7 points. Fire Kings reducing some points. That was previously a good deck in the format, so that could be relevant. Foolish Burial going to 25 points. I like this. This is one of the things that I said earlier on in Genesys Lifespan. I think generic cards and generic searchers should be lower. This was one of my core arguments in the beginning, is I like when generic cards like Foolish or Rhoda or Fields or Terraforming are lower points. That way, like basically the way I would like them to operate is I would like them to attack specific decks by addressing the in-engine cards, right? Like, I think as long as you aggressively target endboard pieces, floodgates, and the stronger archetypes directly, I think there's no need for decks to be inconsistent. As long as everything is fair, they can be fair and consistent. There's no reason for certain rogue decks to not have access to Foolish or Reinforcement of the Army or Terraforming. Like, have the rogue decks have access to the consistency pieces, right? Like, why am I out of points if I use Foolish Burials in my deck? You know, like I think just make sure the end boards are fair and no one has issues with consistency. I think consistency is genuinely a healthy thing for the game. So I like this trend, and 25 points for Foolish is still way too high. The card is not playable at 25 points. You're not going to spend 75 points for Foolish Burial as a playset. So yeah. Anyways, Chalice and Lands going to 1 point each. That I think does make these playable. Genuinely, I think these can now be looked at. Gigantic Sprite going to 7 points. That is a very powerful card. I'm not sure about that one. Blow Up Bob going to 15. Big Gabonga going to 12. Guardian Chimera going to 20. That's interesting. Imperm going from 12 to 11. All right. Kaiju Slumber going from 10 to 0. Okay. Iron Thunder going from 5 to 3. Bird Call going to 5. But Sapphire Squallow and Warbler going to 3. Okay, so as a result, Lurlusk still gets way cheaper. Magician Souls going to 10. Stigma going to 5. Metamorphosis going to 3. Reborn going to 3. Nash Knight going to 13. Necro Valley going down to 25. That's still a lot. But that is also a very powerful floodgate, so okay. Nightmare Throne going to 13. And Ubel going to 88. They still have 101 together. Pot of Desires going to 15. Fair enough. Premature Burial going to 2. Airlifter going to 3. Preventer going to 7. Return. Dude, Return from the Different Dimension should probably just be 0, dude. What are we talking about here? Return of the Dragon Lords going to 3. Elder going to 3. Xian's Smoke Signal going to 20. Snatch Seal to 2. Emergence to 7. Shijiao to 10. Longyan to 1. Okay, that's some decreases. But also, Sword Soul will have to spend 10 points on the Chengying now, because that got points. Librarian going to 20. Ashina going to 0. That's good. Union Hanger going to 5. ABC could actually be a thing. Lulu going to 0 for Virtual World. Okay. I think since VFD is probably 100 points, you do need to make sure that Virtual World has at least 1 point somewhere in the engine, so you can't play VFD. But, you know, Welcome Labyrinth going down to 15. Okay. Overall, I think even though I've had some issues with the logic behind some of it, I will say the changes that are happening here, overall, still a very net positive. I think they're still doing the right thing. They're still pointing the cards that are seeing play. The decks that are too powerful are getting points. Finally put points on Dimensional Fissure. Finally. I'm just worried about the logic behind this, basically. It makes me worried for future updates of the format. Like the logic behind the D-Fissure and Dimension Shifter argument, and the logic behind the points on the Cosmo Neos. I can't stress enough how much I disagree with the logic behind that. Like that is weird to me, and I think that's a dangerous path to go down. Because it so clearly deviates from the previous logic of what they basically both this paragraph and this paragraph are, in my opinion, completely opposed to the initial philosophy of Genesys format, where they aggressively pointed floodgates, which was one of the main selling points of the format in the beginning. So I'm really hoping they rethink how they approach this, because genuinely, like, basically what's happening is literally the entire community, like let's say 99% of people that play Genesys format agreed on the fact that these cards are toxic and not fun to play against. And then the company who's managing the format is telling them, the people that they want to enjoy their format, they want to enjoy them, they want them to enjoy their game. They're telling them, well, this card that you basically all agree is unfun isn't that popular, so stop complaining, is basically what they're saying. And it's like, dude, but no, it's happening. Even if it's only 20%, even if it's only 10%, even if Shifter is declining from 15% to 10%, like I still have to deal with it 1 in 10 games or something, and it's not necessary, you know? So it's like what are we doing here? You know, like everyone agrees technically. So come on, just do it. It's not that hard. Everyone's gonna like it. Okay, anyways. The changes that are happening here still, beside ignoring the logic of some of these, the changes are still good for the most part. I think Shifter should, I think Dimensional Fissure should have been higher. I think Macro Cosmos should have gotten points alongside Dimensional Fissure, and I think Shifter should have also been increased, you know, and Cosmo Neos should have been put to 100. Other than that, I think it's a pretty good update. Overall, it's still a really, really good update. So, yeah. Why did it take so long to get a data-based point update? We don't want to base changes entirely off data from OTS events. Players use these events to experiment with new strategies, practice for big events, and just generally mess around and have a good time. We think that changing things up before there's even a chance to try out what you've been working on at a big event would leave a bad taste in your mouth. Okay, that's fair enough. If we were players, we certainly wouldn't want to have to restart our tournament preparation based entirely on the results of locals, but we do think that as long as there was at least one big event, it's fair game if we couldn't personally attend that event. There was an unusually long amount of time between major Genesys events this time around, largely because there were no Genesys main events at the Team YCSs, and the March-April slate were all team events. This shouldn't be an issue anymore now that the big top events have begun. In the future, there will be plenty of months where there are multiple YCS events and Genesys regionals between adjustments, and we can be even more precise in our changes as a result. Okay. The next points update will coincide with the Chaos Origins premiere events and will include cards introduced in Chaos Origins and Battles of Legends Glorious Gallery. Honestly, this is something, they should just set this as a standard. Like with every single set release, there should be a small Genesys point update just for the new cards, right? I feel like with every single new set, whether it's Glorious Gallery or whether it's a core set like Chaos Origins, whenever there's new cards printed, there should be an update to the Genesys list, right? I think it only makes sense if they do that. So yeah. That was not the case. No, not always. Like very often they would release a product and then we would have to wait a while until cards are on the Genesys list. And I think that's also how it works in Advanced Constructed. To be clear, in Advanced Constructed, there's also not a ban list update every time they release a new set. But Genesys format obviously operates at a much lower power level, or is supposed to operate at a much lower power level as Advanced Constructed. So cards that are being released to see play in advanced constructed format, I feel like it's obvious that some of them need points immediately in Genesys format. So yeah. And don't forget that each WCQ in the Americas, North, Central, and South, has an open, you don't need an invite, Genesys 2-day event where the grand prize is a trip to Jump Festa in Japan. This, I believe, is also true for the European one. I don't know about the prize, but we definitely also have an open 2-day event, Friday and Sunday, that you don't need an invite for. And tickets for that are already on, on sale, but sale is the wrong word because they're free. But the tickets are already out there. You can buy them on the same site that you can get your Euros tickets from. I think it's the Breakflip website. I don't have a link for it right now, but you'll find it on their socials basically for the European Genesys Open. So yeah, these are listed in the main event sections on the websites. All right. Yeah, I mean, TLDR, I think it's a good list. I think it does the right things for the most part. I'm a little worried about some of the logic behind some of the text here, but the changes themselves are pretty good. So I'm not mad or worried about it. I think it's a good update. Genesys is evolving into something that I mean, I'm a fan of it still. I like it. I'm looking forward to the Genesys event at the European Championship. I'm going to be playing it. And yeah, that's that. I hope they bring Genesys to Master Duel eventually. Did they ever talk about whether because we did see that huge update to Genesys format in the OCG. Did they ever talk about whether that was gonna like affect the TCG at all or not? Did they ever mention that in one of their articles or not? CBO Gene, thank you for the 13 months. They did not. Okay. I mean, but this kind of makes it clear that it won't happen, right? Because they are continuing to give us our own updates, right? Like this is a completely different list than what the OCG got. And so like the TCG is going to continue its thing and the OCG is going to continue its thing, which I have no idea whether it's, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because I don't know if that makes it more or less likely that Genesys is ever going to evolve into something that has like Master Duel implementation or a World Championship if the formats are completely different. At the same time, the formats being completely different also hasn't stopped Master Duel from existing or creating a World Championship for the TCG/OCG, right? Like there are still ways to make it happen even with two separate formats, because it's the same thing that's happening with TCG and OCG, right? So it's not impossible, but yeah, that's one of the main things I feel like that people are waiting for with Genesys format is a way to play it online. But yeah, I think realistically, the TCG Genesys situation doesn't really matter that much for our chances to get this in Master Duel. Because realistically, if it ever makes its way into Master Duel, it's because OCG Genesys is taking off, and then they put OCG Genesys format in Master Duel. I think that's what would happen realistically. Because Master Duel I think is handled by Konami Japan mostly, right? So I think it would only be that. All right, speaking of Master Duel, let's get going. Let's get going. And today, we are trying some Zoodiac cards before we are joined by Sniffus later for some Duel Links. We are going to try the new Zoodiac cards, or I mean new Zoodiac cards, but the recently unbanned Zoodiac cards in Master Duel. But before we do, I want to show you something funny I saw earlier on Twitter. So this is trying Zoodiac today could more or less look like this. dude. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, so that's obviously not what we're gonna do today. I just thought that was funny. Shout outs to Trish for making that. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you ever wondered whether bridging between archetypes is a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, then show him this video. Anyway, Zoodiac has a lot of potential. Unfortunately, I think the pure Zoodiac deck is basically not a thing anymore. Unfortunately, the thing that this deck is probably best at is bridging into different stuff now, because it basically gives you a lot of things. It gives you searches for Beast Warriors. It gives you rank 4s without any locks attached. So there's a lot of different things you can do. The more, of course, the one that we just looked at is relatively gimmicky and obviously more of a joke and a meme and not actually viable, because it's like basically blowing all of its space in the deck on engine and using the entire extra deck to make a board that's way more broken than what it needs to be. The one that seems to be the most popular right now is a very, very small Zoodiac package in Radiant Typhoon. This is a deck that I've been asked about plenty of times recently. People are asking like, hey, what do you think about Zoodiac Radiant Typhoon? Because in this deck, essentially, it works both ways. You can start with the Zoodiac cards, and you can make a Broad Bowl to search a Swen, because it is a Beast Warrior. So the Zoodiac cards will give you access to your Radiant Typhoon engine, or vice versa. If you start with the Radiant Typhoon cards, you can overlay Swen and Eldam into an Invoker to summon Ratpier, which then gives you some free Zoodiacs. And of course, after you're done using your rank 4s with the Zoodiacs, you can make a Utopic Future and a Utopic Draco Future. So that's that. The deck at the moment, the lists that I've seen online, they don't play Barrage. So it's just basically just the Zoodiacs, the Ratpiers, no Barrages. The deck is extremely tight with the space. So I also unfortunately, and the extra deck is also tight. So there's no Fallen and the Virtuous in this deck, which is probably my least favorite part about it, that we don't really have space for it. And the extra deck is also like, basically you have maybe 2 flex spots here, which is the Typhon and the Win. Everything else you kind of need. I mean, everything else you need, I'm pretty sure. I would love to have like a Daigusto Emerald in here, for example, but I don't know. The extra deck is tight. You can cut. Yeah, I could cut 2 for 1 Albion, 1 Ecclesia, and then play 3 Fallen and the Virtuous. It's possible. Most OCG players cut Rat completely to play other Zoo names, Ram, Viper, and Blade to play Fallen and the Virtuous as well. So you don't really want the extra bodies from Ratpier, and you just make Broad Bowl to search. I suppose that works too. I don't know. I just want to mess around with it a little bit. Play a couple of games with it, see how it feels. My personal instinct is that it's probably not better than pure Radiant Typhoon. Because you're giving up on some other like actually valuable things like Fallen and the Virtuous, and you're making the deck weaker into Moltrami Fuwalos. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but I'm down to experiment with it a little bit. And then there's also, I think there's a world where you can try to make pure Zoodiac work. I think that's something for another day though, because we're going to need some more time for that. Like the deck that, if you've seen if you were here 2 days ago on stream, or if you watched the video I posted on the Plus channel on YouTube yesterday, where I went against there was still Radiant Typhoon cards in it, but it was more of a pure Zoodiac deck. That looked interesting. Maybe we'll try something like that in a stream in the upcoming week. Why am I on a rank down game? That's not good. Okay, technically a really good hand. Not as good going second without non-engine, but it's not a bad hand. Please be Sky Striker. Ooh. Oh, hold up. Enya Craft. Okay, dude. I'm not mad about that. That's not a bad matchup for me, I'm pretty sure. Could be worse. I'm pretty sure that's a decent matchup for us. Do you play Zeus? I do play Zeus. Okay, question. Question. What do they do against me just making a Borbo, attacking directly, and Zeusing them? I guess they could go banish the Rebirth and flip my Zoodiac face down with the Atori Mar. They have to do that. You must not attack the one that pops. Well, I can attack directly with Borbo. That's why Borbo is here. They have a pretty good start. This is basically the perfect start for the deck, but it depends on if they have the whale or not. If they don't have the whale, Desires in Enya Craft, okay? If they don't have the whale, we're pretty good. It also does depend a little bit on if they have Pixia or Hail, because that's really good against MST. Oh, now that's a problem. I think we're ranking down, gamers. Yep, we are ranking down. I do have Droplet in the deck, but that was the only thing I could have drawn, I think. Droplet. Oh. I mean, in theory, if these two are bad, I can win with the mandate. They tributes. Oh, I should have toggled on because if they're gonna tribute, yeah, the tribute setting picks, yeah. I should have seen that coming. Goat. Yeah, Pixia is good if you can protect Vanity's Fiend with it. In all other circumstances, it's friggin' ass, I guess. Just go first, activate Di-Fi and Vanity's Fiend, and then Pixia becomes a Yu-Gi-Oh card. All of a sudden. Oh, guys, we have Ash Blossom going second. We're fine. How do they always draw grass? Why else would they play 60 cards? What's the point of playing 60 cards if you don't draw grass? Oh, look, we ashed the starter and they had another one. Is there any point in doing this? I mean, they probably just out it for free. Ice Spirits is probably stronger than grass in that deck. I mean, yeah, but like I'm not even in master rank yet, or not master. I think I am in master, but not master 1. Like, and the first thing a 60 card deck does against me is grass. I'm not gonna ash it. There's no guarantee it's branded with High Spirits in hand. I'm not gonna friggin', you know, because this could easily be like Tearlaments and then Hell breaks loose, or Infernoids or something. There's no way I can not ash that grass. I mean, my hand is not bad. It does suck we have to play with one less card. But my hand is not bad, so... Ooh, Sprint? Really? Wait, that's it? Oh, they probably like special Springans kit and then go like branded in red or some shit. The Zoo build is much worse going second. I don't know. I mean, the Rat Pier doesn't feel like a bad normal summon to me here. And since the deck doesn't always need its normal summon, it feels okay. Yeah. We run Crocia in this build? Yeah. It's just rad. It's just rad. No barrage. There's no barrage even. No barrage because drawing 2 of the Zoodiac cards, I'm pretty sure it's just pretty bad. So you want to just draw 1, and if you don't draw it, you can search it with Invoker. Mm. I really hate Droll in Master Duel right now. I have it for Crossout, but I'm not really a fan of it. They're pushing buttons? No, they literally have to do that. If they don't chain the Mirror Jade, my Phonics triggers on the next chain. That is so bad for them. I don't understand. I had Ash Blossom. I'm supposed to win going second. Force this now. I mean, they just summon Ecclesia with it, probably. Oh no, they let it happen. Why does every time? Why every time I start booting up Master Duel, it just starts with like 3 coin flip losses? Oh, this is the one-time draw is good. What was it at German Nationals? 7 dice roll losses in a row? No, German Nationals, it was the first 5 rounds I lost it. Round 6 I won. And then 7 and 8 I lost again or something. I won 2 on day 1. 2 out of 9. Why is there double remix on your board? I have both of these already. So hand is rotary. Rotary mix one face. This is like they died one. They died one freaking fall into virtuous or droplet or anything like that. Okay, we got droplet. Nice. A second Ash. Ash on Search Mystical Space Typhoon. I think it's normal Eldam to search MST, chain chant, search, then droplet. No. Normal Megala, activate chant to search, chain droplet. So the problem is if the set is imperm. Just MST it. I can't. This already. I tried to search MST with it already. I do lose if it's imperm. Oh no, wait, now the imperm is gone. I can special the others. Never mind. It's fine. Yeah, yeah. And we can zoo combo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I'm gonna play more, but I already feel like the Zoodiacs are the definition of win more in this game. It's like, oh yeah, if you go first and you don't get max seed or Fubad, or if you go second and you've already broken the board, it's just like, I don't know, man. I would always just rather have fallen at the Virtuous in my deck or something. Also, I was locked into wind anyways at that point. All right, we have not gone first a single time though, so maybe they look a lot better if I go first once. Huge outplay. Nice Kagari. They seem to have Rose in hand syndrome. That's just called playing Sky Striker. We really need the white Albaz treatment for Rose. They need to make another card that's always treated as Rose, but it's actually good. And it's from that day on, it's over. Like, it's actually over. I'm never playing anything else again. It's the one thing, literally the one thing that this deck needs. Grand Mark, thank you for the 43 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you. I could actually just search triple MST, but then I lose to a hand trap. Because then I go special Eldam, they ash it, I have nothing. Now they also have nothing after I ash the 0, but still. Not where I want to be. See, this is even better. This is searching MST, but also putting Phonics in grave. You know how I get. Are you so skilled? I don't know, dude. It's just, it comes naturally to me sometimes. See? It is the draw phase, by the way. Probably tribute summon Crocea. If they pop Eldam, we lose. Dude, there's literally 4 cards on the screen right now. How is it this hard? It cannot be this. It cannot be this hard. Okay, I'll make it easier for you. Now there's 3. But you gotta be quick with it, because in a moment there's gonna be more. In just a moment there's gonna be more, so you might be overwhelmed, but just do it now. Just do it before this chain resolves, and you'll figure it out. I think we lost them now. That's fine. Why not Swen into Zoo? Yeah, I guess I could have. I was in Radiant Typhoon mode. But I think this is fine. It's better. I mean, how am I losing this game from here? I mean, also, I probably don't lose the game the other way either, but. You know how they thought about, like, oh, when was the right time to use it, and in reality, it never mattered? Zoo is lethal, I think. No, Ash was lethal, as you can see. Oh! Dude, I swear I didn't know which coin we were using. And we're almost 2 hours into the stream. I didn't know what coin was on this deck. But now I know it's the Blue Eyes coin. And I've drawn double rat. Awesome. That's bad. But it still plays. You can summon from hand still with it. So, okay. Alright, so what's the... We probably go Borbo first. We go Borbo first. And then... we don't want to detach the rat. So we need to make another one. First. Do I end on Trident? Or do I just waste the Trident? Do I even need Chakanine? Like, do I need the body from Chakanine? Because I'm this way, if I make it now, I'm not gonna get the body from Chakanine. I do play F-Zero, yeah, but the monster you bring back from Chakanine cannot be used as XYZ material. That just cannot be right. That cannot be right. I gotta get the Droll out there. Okay, so Vision, Chant, and Swen. It's a good hand for them. Good hand, good hand. I respect it. We gotta waste Trident. You can make F0 before searching? No. Not in this hand. Not in this situation. I would need more Zoodiac names to do that. Because now, the weird thing is, I don't have another rank 4. I have to make it here. The Broad Bull. I make the Broad Bull here. And then I activate the Broad Bull effect. Give me my Swen. And then now these two just make the F0. Okay. So what do you, is there actually a way? Is there actually a way with the Zoodiacs to make F0 plus Broad Bull? There is, yeah, there is. But you need one more Zoodiac name, right? You need one more Zoodiac name. Because you go, okay, so you go normal summon rat. You go normal summon rat. You make one on top that you don't plan on using, the Borbo. Then you make another one on top that you don't plan on using, the Chakanine. You detach the Borbo, summon another rat. On that rat, you make the other one, like, let's say, Tiger Mortar. Right? On the other rat, you make Tiger Mortar. You detach the rat from Tiger Mortar to summon the third rat. And then you have 2 rank 4s plus rat. And then you make F0. And then you make Broad Bull on the last rat. Which I can do even without the Tiger Mortar if I waste my Trident. But then I don't end on Trident. Right? Then I don't end on Trident. Which the Trident is just a free pop. You should play that probably. So I'm just going to take out the Charmer. Or the Typhon, I guess. But let's take out the Charmer for now. Okay. Link 3 for sure. Yeah, maybe the Charmer is better going second to Crash sometimes. I do think this card is good because of Branded. I think this card is nice to interrupt the Branded graveyard a little bit. I'm very hesitant on cutting that one. I think it's this or this. The Typhon, but this is also good into Branded, but you're locked into Wind a lot of the times. I'll take out the Typhon for now. We'll see if we miss it. It could happen for sure that we missed the Typhon against like Cool Tune. But I mean, the extra deck is going to be very tight with Zoodiacs. So, well, we'll see. It's fine. It's okay. We might miss something, but can we do Eclipse Twin shenanigans? I want to try that at some point as well. I want to try to make a Zoodiac version that's more like a Zoodiac deck and not just Radiant Typhoon with a bonus. But not in this deck, I think. The one that we played against, basically. If you've seen the video I uploaded on the Plus channel yesterday, not exactly the same deck, but something like that. I probably wouldn't play the Armored Exceed in it. But yeah, that was an interesting game I had on stream the other day. If you haven't seen it, you can go !YouTube and go to the Plus channel. I uploaded it there yesterday. It was a pretty cool game. And that was more Zoodiac heavy that day. Okay, so we're not going into the Vaurun here, which is what I was planning to do originally, but then I remembered we have these cards in our deck, so we go for Invoker now. Ah, come on, let me do my thing. You're gonna watch the Nintendo Direct? I didn't even know it was happening, but no, it's not planned for today. There's also some secret tech of playing Saryuja to fix your hand. Dude, spamming bodies and making Saryuja can never be secret tech. That is just a tale as old as Saryuja. Why no barrage? I think you don't want to play. I don't think you want to have multiple Zoodiac cards. Broad Bull add Black Sheep win. Yeah, dude, let's play Zoodiac Draco Tail. And then Black Sheep adds polymerization. Speaking of Nintendo, when are we getting more champions? Probably not for a while, just because I'm so busy with other things right now. But if I ever play more champions, I mean, I haven't streamed champions because I haven't played champions in general. I haven't had time for it. If I ever start playing more actively again, we can stream it again. I don't mind. Maybe if they have like a regional or any other big tournament in Europe, I might do a little, you know, Pokemon arc. I thought about doing that at some point. Are you good? I'm definitely not like a top tier VGC player at the moment, but I used to be good at it. I qualified for VGC Worlds in 2014, but that's a long time ago. But I have played it before, yeah. What gen was that? I think that was Pokemon X and Y. It was the Mega Kangaskhan format, the first one. So you got beat by Pachirisu? I didn't go to Worlds, but I was qualified, but I didn't go. Yeah, Droll sucks ass against this deck. If there's any card that can do it, maybe it's this one. I thought you were going to say Droll sucks against Mega Kangaskhan. Droll probably gets his ass beat by Mega Kangaskhan, yeah. All right, this hand is peak. Oh, never mind. Oh. Okay, so wait, if I'm planning to, I could detach rat for another rat. If I'm planning to just make F0. Can I get F0, Dryden, and SP from this? I'm pretty sure I can. Orbo, summon rat. Waste Broad Bull because I don't need to search. Summon a third rat. Chack a 9. Yeah, I can. Don't need to waste Broad Bull. I mean, Broad Bull is technically the worst one because I'm under draw. But I can keep the Broad Bull just in case my... Just in case my, like, Dryden survives, I can make Broad Bull on top of it. My only problem is that I kind of want to tribute summon my Crocea. So my Sheena is live. Surely they have a quick spell. That's true. I could bank on them playing some sort of quick spell in their deck. I mean, this is a pretty sizable board for one rat under 2 hand traps, I guess. It's not that bad. Sheena doesn't seem that great in non-pure Radiant Typhoon. I feel you. I get what you're saying, but I feel like playing Radiant Typhoon without Sheena entirely is kind of criminal. I kind of just want to play that card, dude. Oh, and there's my Crocea. Cock! Sure, okay, dude. They're not gonna be happy about that. Who said cut Sheena? Who said that? Goodbye, duelist. What do you mean they had super poly? I mean, was my board super polyable? It was SP Trident. I mean, I guess they could have just summoned Albaz and then super polyed, yeah. I'm still not sure if that wins though. For them, if that's what they do. Do we have a way to out Dogma? I don't play Great Fly, so we can't get a big enough monster. I'm pretty sure you can out it with the way the continuous trap works. The draw effect is actually not once per turn. So what you have to do is you have to activate the effect to boost your monsters by 300. Then you have to destroy it, get it back with the link monster, and then do it again. And that way your stuff is boosted by 600. So you can get a Phonics that is 3600. So yes, you can out it. You can also just link 3, remove the Ecclesias. Or you do that, yeah. But that's not as cool. The play that I suggested has more aura, I think. Yeah, that sounds likely. That's actually genuinely not that hard. So the play that I said is not that hard. Okay, this is cool because we actually have combo because of the normal summon Ash for Invoker. And I'm using the word cool in a very loose way. Pretty cool, huh? Now, the Swen doesn't do that much. Yeah, actually, hold up. Chant for Megala. I could MST my own card. The problem is I'm out of space on the board also is actually an issue here. Positions like this is why you want Saryuja. Saryuja would be great here, yeah. I could pop my own card with Dryden, but it's my only Dryden material and I don't play more Zoodiacs. Okay, hold up. So what if I make win with these two? Special Megala, self MST, special Crocea. Yeah, okay, hold up. Is IP ever a consideration? Yeah, SP would work here if it pointed downwards, but if I make SP to make room, I don't have space for Varurun anymore. SP banish herself? Nah. Kind of a waste of these two. I don't even know if this is worth it, but I'm just doing it because I can. I'm losing 2 cards to get a Crocea to search 2 cards. I think this was worth it. Hell yeah. That's kind of nasty. Yeah, I mean, I think Zoodiac cards in their own, like the pure Zoodiac deck is probably not good enough, but as an engine in other decks, I think they have potential. Like all it takes, literally, all it takes is a deck that has a good Beast Warrior to search, and then these cards are pretty good. And in the case of Radiant Typhoon, the synergy is even better than that because you can also pivot Radiant Typhoon into Zoodiac with a rank 3. Uh-oh. All of this in draw phase is not good for my draw. Is Droll worth it in this meta? Realistically, actually not. I have it. I had one for crossout in this deck, and then I made it too. But realistically, you probably don't need to. Okay, I need a way to access Mystical Space Typhoon, any Radiant Typhoon, quick play off the top, and we're Gucci. That is not that. That is pretty bad, actually. I can't really summon. I just lose this, I think. Because when they have back row going second, basically now I have 3 normal summons in hand. This is rough. I saw someone search Seng Engine with Broad Bowl. That was cool. Yeah, that's possible, but also I think that's the opposite of cool, unfortunately. I think you're using the word wrong. I cannot play the game with 3 normal summons. Going first, my hand was cracked though. Which I think is one of the problems with this deck. Like the rat, it's not a bad push going second, but the problem is that if you draw them together with Swen or Eldam, if you don't have Space Typhoon Engrave, everything's a normal summon, and that's really bad. Okay. Which one do I start with? I feel like if I start with Phonics, they might just not use another quick play. I think I go Crocea first. Okay, well, I mean, getting that out on turn 0 is not the worst thing in the world. Okay. You know, we have another chance next turn at least. Hopefully. You have a way to put a 3rd spell engrave for free. That's bad. I bet the Bell's a one-off per crossout. It could be, but they had even better answers to the Crocea. Like a Widow Anchor would have put a 3rd spell engrave instantly as well. They have potential like Ashes in there as well. So it's like I didn't necessarily expect it to resolve, but I think taking one interactive card away from them is good for me in this game state. There's still a lot for me to worry about. I'm just mostly happy that Maxi is gone, honestly. The Maxi being an upstart goblin there is a pretty good deal for me. It still is a bad position, but it could be much worse. Oh, that's great. That has a target. Oh wait, why am I toggled off? Well, it's fine. They don't have roll in hand anyways. It's actually better to play in main phase. Do we need MST? Now, all I need to do is not hit the Widow Anchor. That's fine. It's kind of annoying still, but then bouncing into hand is not the end of the world for me. Second Royal 0. Okay. I just need to hope that it's not Droplet. It can be another copy of Fallen into Virtuous, but not Droplet. It's Droplet. Wait, it's not Droplet. Oh. I thought they were planning to send Droplet for that. Okay. What are they trying to draw Droll and Lockbird or what? I feel like it's probably a second copy of Fallen and the Virtuous. Wait, no. Oh, wait, they added a Royal. They have another Fallen and the Virtuous in hand because they added a. I remember looking at the Royal Fallen and the Virtuous and being jealous of it. So they have. This cannot be Fallen and the Virtuous because they have a Royal one in hand. And the greed got to them because they didn't want to discard the Royal one. They want to use the Royal one. But this now I know they have a Fallen and the Virtuous in hand. Okay. Unless I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it was. So do I just Space Typhoon the last back row immediately? I don't really have to. If this was something to negate the Crocea, they would have surely done it. Maybe Super Poly? It could be Super Poly, but that's fine. It's actually better for me if I don't Mystical Space Typhoon to Super Poly. Because they would just chain it anyways. No space and extra to play Super Poly and Fallen into Virtuous? Yeah, maybe not. It's cross out. Okay. I can live with that. Hee. Hee. So Hornet drones, talents, and an unknown draw. Looks like it's a quick play spell. Ah, come on, dude. Ah, come on. Forgot to shuffle. I mean, it still does not play. The last card is talents. It doesn't play. Because they changed it too early. They should have changed it to mandate, not to MST. Surely they don't have third fallen. Guys, they have all three fallen in the graveyard now. Okay, we don't have a play yet. We have a play. All right, easy clap. Whee! All right, let me grab some food real quick because I want to eat before we get Sniffus on stream, so I don't have to eat while we talk to Sniffus. And then we'll do a couple more games before he joins. I'll be right back. Wait, what have I walked back into? What are you guys doing? Okay, I'm making some changes. I hate this card. I hate this card. I would love to play Fallen and the Virtuous, but we would have to cut some cards from the extra deck, at least 2. So hard. Cut Totem Bird and a Zoo. I think we need the Zoos. I think we do need the 5 Zoos. Let's cut Totem Bird. And then it's like, can you play the deck with 1 copy of the Link? The Radiant Typhoon Link? Probably not. Doom Eagle or Charmer? Doom Eagle or Charmer? It hurts. It's so tight. That is one of the problems with the Zoodiac cards in general. That does hurt their splashability because you do need quite a few extra deck spaces for them. I am. Nice hand. Oh, okay. Is this Eniac Craft? Man, I wish they did it in main phase. Is the Zoodiac line? Is the Zoodiac line worth it if you already have? Probably. It's still a lot of stuff. We just can't do Chakanine, right? Well, that's fine. It's 1 less body. So Tiger Mortar. Just not SP. Well, I mean, I don't want to make SP anyways. I feel like that's one of the weirder aspects of this. Like, I can make SP with these cards, but I never want to because I don't want to clog my extra monster zone. But technically it would just be a free SP Little Knight every time. Technically, IP would solve this problem. But I don't have extra deck space. Get our free Swen. Might as well make the Chakanine under it. Dabati, thank you for the 22 months. Yeah, I think getting a son is probably more important than a Duelist Cup run. I hope everything goes well for you there. Appreciate you. I think the current Master Duel format is fine. Not the greatest, not the worst. But for Master Duel standards, it's actually pretty okay. Phonics. Could be Phonics. It's pretty good under Shifter, I will say. This is pretty good under Shifter. Which leads to the question of, should we play Shifter? I guess you could, depending on the format, yeah. I'm gonna open game state flip this because I don't want to go to Chainlink 3. They don't have shit. I'm not responding to their cards to play around Isa Leon. Oh, they got Pixie. Okay. Now if this is the spider, oh, if this is the spider, it's a problem. Oh, it's a Torimar. Okay, that's not as bad. Oh! This board state was impossible for them if they didn't open Pixia plus a way to protect Pixia from the Draco future, and they opened both. It's still not over though. It depends on what they end on, but it's not the worst situation actually, because they've used my board is useless now, but I can tribute summon over it. And yeah, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Because they cannot set up Rebirth in graveyard. And I can just tribute summon Phonics, attack Pixie next turn, and then I can target again. Right now I can't target anything. So they have to get backup Pixia. Okay. That does make sense, yeah. Oh, but they got the whale. Okay, that's GG. Yeah. Why not chain trap to permanently disable the field? Yeah, I should have, but realistically, this was 100% win, and I just clicked buttons at this point. But yes, you're technically correct, yeah. Oh no, Josh won a coin flip. Better disconnect them. Can't have that. Oh. Usually that's not what happens. Usually when you win a coin toss and then disconnect, you are legally obliged to lose the next one, but... And the hand's good too. Holy. Do it. Do it. Yeah. I get it, man. I get it. When are you doing Duel Links? In like 10 minutes. Wait. If the... Oh, this hand. Two pair. Two pair! Good hand in poker. Good hand in poker. Maybe we can improve to a full house on the turn. Yeah, good stuff. If if the World's Qualifier in Master Duel is in 2 weeks, shouldn't the first stage of the Duelist Cup have already started? Oh, nice deck. Okay, I didn't mean it. I didn't actually want to improve to a full house. It was a joke. I jokingly said, give me a full house on the turn. Why did I say that? Why can I never shut up? Is it even worth it to go through the Zoodiacs here? I kind of just want a Zeus. I can also SP the back row though. Can I go SP plus UDF? No. I only have 3 bodies under shifter, not 4. Dryden cannot pop face down, guys. But I can go SP plus Dryden. I still want to hold up. Let me cook. Smooch. This is gonna look so... Imagine how pathetic this looks from their perspective when I just summoned the first rat from my hand. Bro, this was aura loss right now. This was incredible aura loss. The first rat is from hand. Where's the second one coming from? Good lord. Dude, it is Eniacraft. What kind of hand is that for Eniacraft, dude? Bro lost to a full house. Do I pop my own SP to be able to make Warurun? I think the answer is yes. Bunch of tribute summons in hand. I mean, I guess it must be like Vanity's Fiend or some shit. Because like, if you have the big Eniacrafts, you probably just summon those. Well, the full house remains victorious. I forgot to activate Crocea. It's fine. But now I have to activate it. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. Could be stuff like evenly matched as well. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, full house! Full house beats shifter! Dude. That's crazy. Well, so what did they break on? Hold up. No, it's not possible. I ran the numbers, guys. I ran the numbers, and there's no possible hand they could have had that makes sense there. What was it? Like shifter? Maybe they threw shifter with Maxi and triple Sol and Luna? Is that what it was? Or like a maybe dimensional fissure, but they didn't need to activate it because shifter was active? But realistically, that's probably still incorrect. Eniacraft field spell with no Eniacrafts? Yeah, something like that. Something like Shifter, Di-Fi, Sol and Luna, field spell or something. Yeah. Rebirth with no monsters. Yeah. That's so unlucky. That is very unlucky. However, consider this. Number one, I had a full house. Triple Rat Pier, double Eldam. Second, they're playing Floodgates and Eniacraft. So you don't have to feel bad for them. Really don't have to. Okay, this is the last game with the Zoodiac Radiant Typhoon deck for today. We're gonna try to rank up into Master 2. Let's see. We had a bad start, but it hasn't really been that bad afterwards. We've been doing well since. Oh yeah, we're ranking up. Oh baby, we're ranking up. Hell yeah. Oh, I spoke too soon. I maybe spoke too soon. Dude, that was the one thing. Come on, that was the one thing that needed to not happen, man. Fuck me, man. You have Ash? Yeah, let me Ash it in hindsight. Let me Ash into the past. Oh my god. Well, this went downhill really fast. And Droll? I mean, I'd be happy if they had Droll, actually. That'd be good for me. Because that's a bad card now. Grrr, Maxi. Oh, they added Rise Hard. Rise Hard Valius. They don't have a dark, I think. That's good for me. Ooh, a set card. That's awesome. I don't know why the Fenrir is in defense mode. He's shy. Oh. Wait, so it's Droll, Holly Sue, and Riceheart, right? Do we know Droll? Technically, it could be not Droll. I'm pretty sure it is Droll. It's definitely not a dark monster, yeah. Because they didn't use Holly Sue. Ah, that's GG's. Easy rank up. No problem. Take your maxi somewhere else. Okay. I think that the Zoodiac cards were actually pretty cool in this deck. We did some pretty nasty things with these cards. I'm not sure if it's the optimal way to play the deck. I think a lot of the games we won were just won with normal Radiant Typhoon gaming. Radiant Typhoon itself is still a very capable deck in Master Duel, so like it's just good. But there were definitely a few games where the Zoodiac cards did some pretty nasty stuff. When we got drolled, or when we got shifted, like making the free SP, free Utopic Draco future, that's pretty neat. Making the Zeus going second sometimes was pretty neat. There's a few things you can do with these cards, and then of course often you also just get a free Dryden, which is not a big deal because ultimately it's just a 0 attack monster that has a quick effect pop. But if you get it for free, I mean, you know, that's a free pop. We don't say no to that. So yeah, it was all right. It was actually all right. I was positively surprised by these cards today, and it makes me want to. It honestly makes me want to play a deck that is more centered around the Zoodiac cards, because this deck is basically Radiant Typhoon with basically Zoodiac as a sub engine to access the Radiant Typhoon cards and get some bonus stuff, right? There is also technically a variation of this deck that is the other way around, where it's more heavy on the Zoodiac cards and it's just using a small Radiant Typhoon package with Eldam and Swen to go into Invoker to access the Zoodiac cards like more consistently. Because realistically, that's one thing that I think is pretty guaranteed, is that if you're going to play Zoodiac, it's always going to be with Radiant Typhoon. The synergy between Eldam, Swen, and Zoodiac is insane, right? The fact that Eldam and Swen give you a card advantage plus Invoker without using your normal summon is crazy. And if you don't draw the Radiant Typhoons, you can just search them for free with Broad Bowl, which is insane card advantage. Like if you don't have any Radiant Typhoon cards in your hand, Broad Bowl add Swen is nuts in terms of how much it creates for you, right? So I think maybe we can try in a future stream, we can maybe try like a heavy Zoodiac deck with some Radiant Typhoon cards. Basically similar to the deck we played against on Ranked recently. I just probably wouldn't play the Exceed Armor cards. the cards that they played. But yeah, it was a cool experiment. I enjoyed it. All right. And with that, let me tell you guys about what we're doing this upcoming weekend, because we are about to prepare for that. Let me edit stream info real quick. We are going to qualify for Worlds. We're gonna qualify for Worlds this upcoming weekend, and I'll tell you how, because you might ask, like, hey Josh, the Master Duel Worlds qualifier is happening in 2 weeks. How are you going to qualify for Worlds this upcoming weekend? Well, let me tell you, there is another game at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships, and the qualifier for that is happening this weekend, and that is Duel Links. And so we are going to, or I am going to, play the 72-hour Duel Links Worlds qualifier this upcoming weekend, which I'm still not sure if it's a good idea or not to do this the week before the Master Duel one, but I really want to do it. I told myself last year already, when my good friend Sniffus, aka Philip Thomas, won the Duel Links World Championship, I told myself maybe next year I'm going to try to qualify for the Duel Links World Championship. So here we are. And we're going to have Sniffus on stream in a few minutes, who's going to walk us through the current Duel Links format a little bit. And we are back, right? Ah, dude, come on. That's so unfortunate. Why does it die when I change category to Duel Links? Why would it do that? No! It's a sign. No, it's not a sign. It's not a sign. Okay, are we back? Everyone refresh. Duel Links took down the stream, yeah. So you were saying, dude, I don't know what I was saying when it died. Anyways, here we are. We're back. Sorry. I think it was the internet who had a little bit of a problem, or OBS crashed for a second. I don't know, but here we are. Anyways, yes, this upcoming weekend is the Duel Links Worlds qualifier, and of course, I'm not going in completely unprepared. I'm not delusional. I am not starting my preparations 3 days before the tournament. So I have already been playing Duel Links a little bit in these last couple of weeks. I've already started looking into the format a little bit, and I already know which deck basically I am going to play for this Duel Links Worlds qualifier. However, I still think it's going to be very helpful for me to get some tips from reigning Duel Links World Champion Sniffus for this upcoming Worlds qualifier. Essentially, the situation in Duel Links right now, let me actually, hold on, let me switch over to Duel Links. Where is it? Where's my scenes for Duel Links? Here. Hello? There we are. Okay. Duel Links! The best deck in Duel Links at the moment is Stardust Dwagon. Stardust Dwagon is the best deck in Duel Links right now. It's basically, it's a synchro combo deck, and the Duel Links community is calling it Tier 0. Which I don't know if it is Tier 0. I don't know the other decks that well. That is one of the things that Sniffus will have to tell me about right now, because I'm familiar with this deck, but I'm not 100% familiar with all the other things that the other decks do. So this deck, they also recently got Centurion, which is crazy. They have all the Centurion cards in Duel Links. Duel Links is actually operating at a pretty high power level these days, because like the skills make these decks very, very strong. This is something that I often see people from outside of Duel Links critiquing the Duel Links skill system. I personally think it's somewhat interesting, because what the skills do for these Duel Links decks usually is that they make the decks super consistent going first, but they also all have a bonus effect for going second, which I think is kind of cool, because it eliminates two of the things from the game that I find annoying, which is bricking when you go first. I think that's not interesting. And I also think a bonus effect going second is pretty healthy, because going second, getting a little bit of help in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is certainly a good thing. Duel Links killed 400 viewers. Dude, yeah, it's Duel Links. It's not the fact that my stream crashed. Yeah, of course. Let's make fun of Duel Links for the fact that my stream crashed and now there's less people than before. For sure. Anyways, this skill is bonkers. So, first of all, it is mucho texto, but you can only use this skill second and third effect once per turn, once per duel. At the beginning of the duel, add 5 synchro monsters to your extra deck. During this duel, you can activate converging wishes from your hand, but you cannot normal or special summon any monsters except dragon synchros, warrior synchros, junk or stardust monsters, and tuners. Shuffle 2, so there's proper locks on these skills at least. Shuffle 2 cards, including at least 1 level 4 Stardust monster or Shining Star Dragon from your hand into your deck. Play 2 level 4 Stardust monsters from your deck, then add 1 tuner from your deck and 1 shooting star from outside your deck to your hand, and send 2 monsters from outside your deck to the graveyard. These cards can be special summoned. If you control Crimson Dragon or your opponent controls a monster, this is the bonus skill for going second, basically. Out of the 5 Signer Dragons from outside of your deck, play up to 3 and send the remaining cards to the graveyard. Monsters played through this effect, except tuners, will become level 2. This is a lot of reading and a lot of cards added to your deck from outside of your deck. Long story short, it's going to be super simple when we do it in a game. You're going to see it in a second. And this is also one of the biggest things about Duel Links. Like, it's so easy to understand once you see it in a game, but reading all of it and comprehending all of it is more difficult than what it actually is. But yeah, the skill adds a couple of monsters into your extra deck. A bonus, you get a bonus Stardust Dragon, a bonus Axel Synchro Stardust, you get a Shooting Star Dragon, a Junk Warrior, and a Formula. You can activate this card from your hand, which summons a huge Stardust Dragon with a lot of attack boost. And then you also put, I think, this card into your graveyard for free, and a Formula Synchron into your graveyard for free, and then these are the 5 Signer Dragons. Let me see. So let's get Sniffus in here. Sniffus is going to walk us through what the standard combo for this deck should be. Okay, Sniffus is ready. Okay, let me get Sniffus in here. Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, hello. Everyone.
Is that my GOAT Duel Links World Champion Sniffus?
It is me, the one and only.
What's up, duelists? Sniffus in chat, everybody. Okay. So, dude, you let me get this straight. You are qualified for Duel Links Worlds this year already, right?
Yeah, I'm the defending world champion, so yeah.
Okay, so tell me why you are still first in points for the Worlds qualifier.
Yeah, well, to establish dominance, you know.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, all right. So you're gonna tell me a little bit about this Stardust deck, or rather, you're gonna tell chat a little bit about it because I already played it a little bit to prepare. But yeah, audio is low. I cannot put it any higher. He's on max in Discord and on max in my OBS, so I cannot put. You're gonna have to turn your audio up.
I can try to speak louder if that helps.
No, your audio is fine now. I'm seeing the levels in my OBS. You're fine. They're lying.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, now it's fine. Okay. Yeah, so tell us, I guess, do I just boot into an NPC game and we show how the deck works?
Yeah, it seems like the best idea.
Because what I'm gonna need your help with the other decks in the format, because that's what's overwhelming for me a little bit.
Yeah, makes sense. There's like it's not like super many decks, but you know,
yeah,
especially when you're like limited time, like it's hard to know every deck.
Okay, we have not bricked. That's good. We're gonna destroy Emma right now.
Oh my god, this poor duelist.
Okay. Let's not use the going second skill, even though we're going second. Let's just do the combo that you would do going first. let's do the 1-card combo, okay? Because that's actually something I've been messing around with different versions of the 1-card combo, and I want you to tell me what you think the most like optimal one is.
So I would say it's between two versions, and they differ in how well it plays around hand traps and having an extra interruption on the board. So if you want the maximum output, I would say we go for that first, which is you add a hand trap in the combo, because you know the skill, it adds any tuner. So we shuffle two.
It's actually funny. We have all 3 of these in our hand. These are basically our 1-card starters. If we draw one of these 3, we can do the combo because those are required for the skill, right? We shuffle one of these 3 into the deck and then any other card, which is how we also return engine requirements into the deck if we draw them, right? Like if we draw a brick or something we don't need, we can put it back into the deck with the skill. So let's just pretend we only had one of these, right? We don't have extra. We just have, it's just the 1-card combo. Let's say we open 1 Stardust Trail and we shuffle Stardust Trail and 1 other card into the deck. What do we summon?
So for the absolute most powerful combo, you summon both a tuner and a non-tuner.
Yeah,
so
because you want to search a hand trap, so we have to get tuner and non-tuner. And then we search Bell as our only hand trap.
Yeah.
Okay, so we add Bell. I swear to God, if they interrupt us, I'm going to be so mad. And then... then we make a Stardust or the Centurion Primera?
So here we start with the Centurion Primera Primus, which is one of the best cards in this deck. This card is actually so good.
We don't Bell ourselves, we add Emblema Oath. Oh, I guess I could have set one to pop the back row, but...
Oh yeah, true.
And now
then
what?
We oath for the Centurion field spell. So we set it from the deck. And this is how we get the non-tuner. Because the Centurion field spell places Centurion Atri from the deck. And you know, the skill locks us out of non-tuners, but you know, because Atri is a tuner that can actually also be treated as a non-tuner, it just works perfectly for this.
But if we summon it now, we don't draw a card. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. So this combo, I am aware of that. This combo does not get a draw.
I don't like that.
I also... so you trade like the draw later for the guaranteed hand trap in this combo.
Okay. And now we make Crimson for the skill?
Yeah, now we make Crimson, get the Synchro Rumble, and yeah, then we turn on the skill.
It is important that we make the Crimson Dragon in the extra monster zone because the skill is going to require us to have 3 spaces, right? And next... yeah. Next step is skill?
Next step is skill, and the important parts are 1 Livestream Dragon, 1 Ancient Fairy Dragon, and the third can, you know, just do your favorite.
Chat, what's about to happen is crazy. Hold up.
Yeah.
So you get these 3, right? And the funny thing about skills in Duel Links is that they don't start a chain. They cannot be reacted to. And they also cannot be, like, they don't give your opponent, even if they're toggled on, they can't do anything. Like, it doesn't pass priority. You can just keep going. There's nothing they can do. Which is awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so now we Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Yeah, now we get the Necro Valley.
Chad is going to be very happy to see what we search with this. Yep. Free Necro Valley. And then free... Do we do the... Is it better... Isn't it technically better to make Quasar first? Yeah.
Yeah, it's better to make Quasar first, because this way it also has like the multi-attacks and everything, so...
Okay, I'm not skipping the animation, chat. Calm down. I'm not skipping. You can see it. Look at Quasar being summoned. Dude, there's 2 animations! Oh my god.
Yeah, this one has 2.
It's so long. Okay. Alright. Then this tags out into Auxilla.
Yep. And Auxilla can get Primera here, because we have not used our normal summon.
Yeah, we have not normal summon, so we go Primera. But we don't summon the Primera yet, because we do this first, right?
Yep. You first
Oh, I'm
use
not even.
the...
I'm not sharing my screen. No, you have to wait for my stream to catch up. Hold on, let me share my screen.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Why didn't you say anything?
I don't know.
You're just guessing what I'm doing?
Yeah, I had to sort of take a guess.
Oh God. Okay, my bad. All right. Oh.
Yeah, now we get converging wishes, which is, just our... Actually, we're gonna kill Emma with converging wishes.
Yeah, we're gonna kill Emma with this card. All right. And then we would make Axel Stardust.
Yeah. So here it's important that we hit no on the Stardust Trail because the level 1 token would actually clog us in this scenario. We just want the formula back.
Yeah. So, and now, if we were going first, we would just normal Primera add Phalanx and call it a day?
That's so here the line splits a bit because you could just stop it right there.
Yeah.
Which is like the board that you do if you want to like play around breakers a bit.
Yeah.
Because you have the Axel to go into an unaffected Crimson Dragon in their turn.
Yeah.
But if you want to go a little further, you synchro off the Axel and the Primera in your turn, and then you synchro rumble revive back the Axel.
Oh, right. Because right now we're keeping the Synchro Rumble for follow-up.
Yeah.
But, so what would we make then with the Axel and the Primera? Just a Crimson Dragon again to tag out on their turn?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that is the maximum power end board. So and this is the one thing we've already talked about this in the previous days. I messaged you about my experience with the deck, and I felt like whenever I was going for like the full board, one of my main problems was board breakers. Like Dark Ruler, Sphere Mode, Droplet, those are all cards in the game, and a lot of decks are playing these cards. And there's even decks that search Sphere Mode, I've noticed. So that's something you're gonna have to tell me about as well, because I do think that's one of my biggest questions of like which end board do I go for in which matchup? Because I do think it has to be different for different matchups, right? Like there's an Odeon deck that can search Sphere Mode, so surely against that deck there has to be a way to make a end board with 2 monsters, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's really important because this deck struggles with follow-up, and there are a ton of other decks which really just abuse that part. They just try to break your board and then leave you on almost no follow-up.
Yeah.
And that's pretty rough.
Because it's like this does look completely insane, but you do have to realize that both effects are once per duel, and we've used both of them to get here. And literally, this deck doesn't do shit without the skills. Especially if you have Necro Valley up. Like, if you have Necro Valley up, you basically, the Synchro Rumble isn't follow-up. And you also can't use the Stardust Synchron in Graveyard anymore. And you also can't use the Shining Star Dragon to bring a Synchro back from the graveyard on the opponent's turn. So if they beat this board, basically, you have nothing. You're completely out of gas. And that was a problem that I had with this deck, a decent amount. But, yeah. Okay, so that's something we can talk about in a second. Okay, so Primera here, and this is where you could stop if you want to be best against board breakers. You would set the Phalanx, you would set the Shooting Star, which is just the pop. I learned this week that this card doesn't exist. Did you know that?
Wait, really?
Yeah, this is not a TCG card. They took it from the anime. It's not a card. They don't have it in
crazy.
TCG.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's funny. It says if a Stardust monster is on the field, you can pop a card. So you would set that, and you would set that, and you would activate Necro Valley. And you can keep the Converging Wishes in your hand because you can activate it from hand because the skill says so. And then we would also set the Droplet here. And if we're want to go for the full board, we would do this, right? And then we would activate Synchro Rumble for the Axel Stardust. I'm not gonna do that here because I want to kill Emma. But we would activate Synchro Rumble for Stardust, set Droplet, and then pass. But we can also look at how big this Stardust is. I was so confused when this happened for the first time. Okay, I'm skipping. 2100! Why is it 2100?
Yeah, that's
look at that, dude.
That's quite threatening.
So that's the best
It's
deck
also-
in Duel Links right now, pretty much.
Yeah.
And basically, that's what you try to do every game. And if you go second, I think one of the things that's most important is that going second, you actually have a choice on which order you use the skill in, right? Because
Yeah.
going first, you have to do the first effect first, or rather the second one technically. Because the opponent doesn't have a monster, so you have to do the shuffle 2 back to get into Crimson Dragon thing. But going second, sometimes you can literally just start the game by summoning the 3 synchros and then making Quasar. So you can start the game with an Omni Negate on the board.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. Or you can also, there's so many things you can do, because you can do Satellite Warrior, which you have like infinite pops because the skill puts like 15,000 synchros into your grave. So you can just start with the skill and then immediately make Satellite Warrior, or you can make Ruddy Rose, because if you make that with Black Rose, it banishes the full grave and also destroys the whole board. That can literally be your first action on turn 2. But yeah, that's what we need to talk about, basically, is you need to teach me about the other decks in the format and which deck I need to do what against. Also, one thing I noticed, what's the math on 10 starters in 26 cards? Is that optimal?
It's not a lot.
I've been bricking a couple times.
Yeah.
What can we do about that?
Well, there's an issue because you can always increase the starters, but you still, especially in the mirror match going second, you still really need to see tech cards because you're not breaking that board with just engine.
Yeah. So, wait, what starters are there? Is there another level 4 Stardust that we can play?
There aren't, but you can play more tunings or more of the get set continue spell, which are just more cards that add
So this card is interesting to me because it's basically just, if you control no cards, it's basically tanky for a synchron. I'm wondering whether that's better than tuning or not, because to me tuning is weird because the random mill can mess you up, right?
Yeah.
Because like if we mill Primera, it can be weird. If we mill Synchro Rumble or Wishes, we just lose a card for fun. If we mill Necro Valley, we can't end on it, and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure how I feel about tuning, but this card also seems kind of bad to me because it clogs the spell trap zone, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like none of the synchron searchers are actually good cards. Because like you said, tuning has that issue, and this card also has that issue going second, where if they think that you have a board breaker, they might just pop this card with the trap, because the trap isn't like the strongest interruption, so they might just gamble that you don't have a starter.
Yeah, or just that's the one bonus for this, is that it can be a free send for droplet. That's why I think like popping it is reasonable to play around droplet a little bit.
Yeah.
So what would be your suggestion? Just live with 10 starters in 26, or would you like? Is this still, because this is the list you sent me like a week ago, and I haven't really made changes to it. Is this still something you would consider, or is there anything you would change for now?
No, I'd say I'd still consider this. I feel like this is like the only questionable parts are, like you said, just adding more starters. But other than that, I feel like it's still solid.
Is there any other deck you would consider viable, or is it literally, do I have to play Stardust?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think the second best deck in the format right now is Therion, which sounds weird because, Therion, it insta loses to Necro Valley, but Therion is one of those decks that just completely abuses the fact that Stardust has no follow-up. The deck just plays a ton of breakers, and if they can just clear your board and end on anything, they pretty much win the game.
Is Therion a character skill, or can any character be Therion?
Anyone gets it. So
okay, I guess we should talk. Yeah, we need to talk about the other decks in the format, because that's my biggest problem, is like, because it sounds like, because I asked you a couple days ago about the strategy of not using the skill on the first turn for the 3 synchros.
Yeah.
I feel like against matchups like that, you could just do that, no?
Yeah, that is actually viable in that matchup, because the main issue really is just the follow-up.
Yeah, are people doing that? Have you seen anyone do that? Have you seen anyone mess around with that? Because I felt like that's a good idea.
No, it's
Huh?
just you.
Well, how's it
It's
just
actually
me?
just you. Yeah, because you're a genius, I guess.
Come on, dude. It's not that okay. So what I was thinking, hold up. Let me show you what I was thinking. Hold up. We're gonna beat up David right now. Nobody does that because yellow button glow. Dude, I don't know. Maybe I'm leaking some goo right now, but I thought this was a good idea. Hold up.
It is okay. To be fair, versus Therion, you might actually not want to do it because the Necro Valley is the best part of the end board.
I bricked.
Oh my god, we bricked.
It's fine. We're going second. We draw a starter right now. I lied. Okay, okay, we will kill David with the other skill, and then we'll try again.
I'm sorry, David.
Sorry, David. This can attack twice, right?
Yeah.
Of course, why not? But that hand is exactly what I'm afraid of. Like, I'm so afraid of bricking with this deck.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest. That's also one of the strengths of Therion, because Therion, the skill forces you to play 15 Therion cards. So even if you wanted to, like, you're gonna have more stars.
I saw a Centurion deck on ladder yesterday that I thought looked pretty insane.
Did it use the Odeon skill?
Yes.
Yeah, that deck is meta. Probably the third best.
Okay,
deck,
so here's what I was thinking. Okay, so when I go first and I'm worried about a matchup where all I need to do is survive and have follow-up, I thought about doing this. I thought about using the skill. Let's just assume I'm doing 1-card starter. I did draw a decent amount of engine here, but let's just say, which one would I put in? I don't know. This needs to be in deck. And then you would summon 2 of these. You would search this. I already have it, but ignore that one. You would normal summon. Get wishes. Make Primera. Get Oath. Make Crimson. Okay, I misclicked the zone, but it's fine because I didn't want to use the skill anyways. At least I think it's fine. Then you use this effect here. Also, you do get to draw a card in this line. Isn't that wonderful?
That is nice.
Then you Synchro Rumble back the Primus. You make Auxilla. Auxilla would add the field spell here if we didn't open it. Quasar. So this way, we basically have the exact same end board, but we don't have the Necro Valley. But we still have the second skill available, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking that sounds pretty good. Because we go set this. We don't have Necro Valley, and we also don't have Bell as a like compared to the other 2-card to the 1-card combo, right? We're missing 2 interruptions, but we do have the second skill, so we basically have guaranteed crazy follow-up. Because if they break the board and they make a board, I can start the next turn with just press skill button and probably kill them.
Yeah, and an advantage of this is also that you can, if you wanted to, you can freely make Ruddy Rose Dragon without killing your Converging Wishes.
On
Because
the
that's an
opponent's
issue.
turn?
Yeah, because it's an issue on the opponent's turn. Sometimes Ruddy seems like a really strong interruption, but if
Yeah.
you banish all the Dragon Synchros from your graveyard, you can't use the Converging Wishes anymore.
Yeah.
So that way your follow-up is gonna suck.
Yeah, because this card says if you have 5 or more Dragon Synchros in your grave, you can summon Stardust. So if you Ruddy Rose your grave, you can't. Okay. Yeah, so what do you think about this? Is this something I should do, or is this something I should not do?
I think like this is at least worth investigating further.
Yeah.
Because especially like at least versus the matchup where Necro Valley isn't, the most relevant interruption.
Okay, and you're telling me no one has thought of this?
No, I mean I haven't seen anyone besides you mention this.
Because I feel like it's okay, and
Sure.
Because this feels pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people. Well, I mean, the argument can be that you feel like you need the biggest board to survive. But
is that the case?
Yeah.
Will Therion kill me through this board?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah, the deck plays Lava Golem and Sphere mode. So if they draw one of those, it's
Yeah, okay,
over.
well, but then there's no point in doing this.
When if you have Necro Valley, they actually can't play. So like you force them to draw one less out by doing this.
So it's bad.
Versus Therion, I would not recommend it, because usually if it's like they have to draw a breaker and a back removal, or like Spiritualism is usually what they play.
Yeah.
Versus this, I think just the breaker is enough.
So what about doing it every time I draw Necro Valley?
That I think that is actually a good idea, yeah.
Okay, so if I draw Necro Valley plus a starter, I just do that line that I just showed you.
Yeah.
Okay. I have not been using this card a lot, the Magical Hound. I see why it's here. But chat probably doesn't. So this is a tuner that says if this card's in your hand or grave, target a face-up spell trap your opponent controls, return it to the hand, and special summon this card. You can only do that once per duel. So you told me you searched this with the skill against Necro Valley.
Yeah.
Or what? Like, what's the other card that this is for? Discord?
Well, the issue is that usually the deck that discords you is Destiny Hero, and if they have D-Force up, you can't target their field, so...
Okay, yeah, so in this deck, essentially there's some merit in playing some random tuners for utility, because you can search them for free with the skill. Especially going second into a board. Wait, this card is neither player can synchro summon. Oh, awesome. Okay, so... But I can't out it because they have the D-Force?
Yeah, exactly.
Can they search it? Or do they have to draw it?
Yeah, well, that's... So Destiny Hero is a very, very annoying deck, because they can pretty much search any card in their deck due to Destiny Hero dominance, which stacks the top 5, and then they just draw into it. That's one of the disadvantages of, like, Duel Links having less cards, is like combos like that are possible.
So what? Okay, so a lot of the things that you're telling me right now make me question why this deck is even considered tier 0, because you're telling me a lot of scary things. You're telling me Destiny Hero makes an untargetable discord that they basically search. And you're telling me Therion kills me through basically almost anything that I put up. So why is this deck the best deck?
Yeah, that is also something that I have struggled with these past days, because it seems like, the more the format progresses, the more these decks are getting figured out as counter options to starters. And what seemed like an almost unbeatable strategy a week ago is now starting to crack a lot more. So I think this deck still probably has, it's probably like still the safest choice, because it has a lot of tech space where it can adapt. But it's not as unbeatable as I thought it was, so I would not say it's a tier 0 deck.
So you told me to spend all my gems on Stardust cards, and now you're saying...
Calm down.
So what do I do if I notice that people are starting to counter it and I'm not having success with it?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I think versus Discord Destiny Hero, The main thing is, you can just put a Trap Eater in your deck because it doesn't target, so you can search it with the skill and just get rid of it. So that's gonna be
so funny to me, dude. Okay.
So that's gonna be your out against that.
What's the more common approach at countering this deck? Is it Dark Ruler and Droplet, or is it Sphere Mode and Lava Golem? Because I've been seeing way more Sphere Mode and Lava Golem.
Yeah, I think if your deck can run Sphere Mode and Lava Golem, you 100% do. But most decks right now are locked out of them, and including this. So the decks like Therion, if Therion couldn't run Sphere Mode and Lava Golem, I don't think it would even be a viable deck right now. But because it can, it's just so strong.
Right. So would you just put the Trap Eater on top then? I mean, there's nothing I can cut for it, is there?
Yeah, that's the issue, because there's like a bunch of cards that are like really vital in certain scenarios, but this deck just doesn't really have the space. So the deck gets more bloated and it reduces your consistency. So that's something that's quite annoying.
What's wrong with adding more? Like, if I mean, okay, we're already kind of bricky. I get that, but what we're already playing one copy of this because it's an acceptable starter. What's wrong with, if we need more tech cards for different situations, just going to 30 with like 2 extra copies of this and then like one other tech card or something?
Yeah, I think that's actually in my, like, I've also been trying a list with more tech cards, and that's just what I did. I just increased the starters and then went to 30 because you cannot fit everything in lower cards.
Yeah. Because I also, sometimes when I'm worried about Dark Ruler and Droplet, especially in the mirror match, I was thinking about the other Centurion trap. Because they also have the Centurion counter trap in here.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the lines are maybe weird because you have to keep a Centurion in the spell trap zone.
See, I think that's what most people think, but there's actually a way to combo that it doesn't change the endboard completely, but it does require one extra big.
Ah, awesome.
And the way, yeah, so the way you do that is you play Centurion Bonds, the quick play spell,
Yeah.
and that is how you get the Centurion in the spell trap zone.
And where do I get the bonds from?
With the Primera. So you skip the Atri draw in normal combo,
Yeah.
and instead you get a Primera Search.
And then I don't have Phalanx?
Yeah, you don't get Phalanx.
Okay. I mean, but then there's probably a way to do the combo. If you draw one of the 2 traps, you just do the combo to the other one.
Yeah, that's completely possible, yeah.
We're adding a lot of bricks.
Yeah, I don't know if I would still play both traps if I... Even though Phalanx is also kind of nice.
This card is so good.
Yes, there's such a funny interaction with this because it says it special summons the monster.
Yeah, they don't get it back because your skill locks you out of summoning the shit. So you banish it forever because you're locked out of summoning their monster.
Yeah. Peak.
Dude, I don't know. Okay, hold up. Let's what, you would just play more copies of Get On Your Mark?
Yeah, I would probably do that. But like maybe 2 and 1 tuning. But like if tuning mills Necro Valley, you're gonna feel so bad.
Okay. So let's just, so we've walked over, basically we've talked about the 2 options that I personally, or rather, we looked at the full potential combo, and then we've also looked at the combo if we want to keep the second effect of the skill alive. Is there like a middle option? Because you said something earlier about a combo that plays better into hand traps. What hand traps do people even play right now? Because to me, it feels like hand traps kind of suck in this format right now.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. The only hand trap that's being played really is the one of Bell in this deck. Sometimes there's imperm because imperm you at least because hand traps are quite strong versus rogue decks, like versus Therion. What they do is they drag glue on you. So versus that deck you do need hand traps. And then the middle ground would be playing imperm because at least in the mirror match, if you have imperm, you just don't use it. You just trade on your turn with the Quasar. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I've seen some people play Zombie World because that beats Sphere Mode.
That's interesting, yeah.
But then you probably, I mean, what are the decks that play Sphere mode? Is there like a matchup where I just don't need Necro Valley? Like for example, the what's it called? The Centurion deck
Yeah,
with
for
the Odeon
Centurion, this
skill.
would be completely broken, actually.
So
But
Zombie World cooks them, right? Because they search Sphere mode. So against
yeah,
that deck,
exactly.
I just go full board Zombie World instead of Necro Valley.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I don't think you need it in that matchup because they kind of can't really break your half board, actually. If you just end on 2 monsters and then they don't get to sphere mode you, so again, it's pretty
Is Necro
difficult.
Valley good against that deck?
No. So if you did have Zombie World, it would be completely broken because you don't need the Necro Valley, and this would just
Yeah.
turn off their sphere mode. But yeah.
But if they
then
if they don't need if Necro Valley is not good against it, and I only want to make a small board anyways, do I need to use the second half of the skill?
That's a good question.
In that,
I
because it
have
sounds
not.
like the answer is no in that matchup.
Yeah, if you can do the half board without using the second part of the skill, the answer is definitely no.
I mean, what is
And
the half board? Quasar plus, huh?
yeah, so I think the best half board which we've decided is that it's Quasar, Stardust Dragon, both traps, and Shining Star Dragon in hand. Because the Shining Star can like act as another interruption, and it layers your interruptions more.
Okay. Quasar. Okay, but we can't. We cannot make the. Can we do that? Yeah. I'm not sure if we can afford to search the Shining Star without using the second half of the skill.
Yeah, that might be an issue.
Because if you search Shining Star and you want to keep it in hand, you have to get tuner, non-tuner, right? You can't do
Yeah.
you can't do double trail. So you would have to do trail plus synchron, make Primus. Primus get Emblema. Emblema has to get Atri so that you can even synchro. Then you would summon Atri. You would make Crimsons for Rumble. Rumble gets back to Primus. You would need any normal summon, I guess.
Yeah.
Because if we can normal summon, like if we have two starters, any two starters, it works.
Yeah. That works.
Because if I have the Star Dragon in hand already, I can just do the normal combo. If I have a Synchron in hand already, I can just summon double trail and do the same thing I did earlier. And if I draw trail, then I can still get these two and normal summon trail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, so, but we still only want to end on 2 monsters.
Yeah, you would like to not give their sphere mode value.
Yeah, but that's fine. I can just make, instead of Axel Synchro Stardust, I just make regular Stardust.
Yeah, that's actually what, yeah, that's what you do usually.
Yeah, okay, so it works.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so I can keep, if I see Odeon, let me just do it in one game. Hold up. I'm afraid of the Vagabond. Might not work against the Vagabond. Yeah, we can do it against Cyrus level 10.
Yeah, we have Cyrus.
Wait, no! Now I went, dude, now I'm Aster Phoenix. Oh no, I don't want to be
God.
Aster Phoenix. No, I'm Aster Phoenix! No, my Warrock auto duel goo has been leaked. Oh no, hold, disaster.
This is the deck I've actually told him to play.
Yeah. Oh no. Hurry up! My auto duel deck's broken though, look at that.
Generational.
Alright, delete the VOD. Okay, dude. Okay, back to 5Ds we go. All right. Oh wait, we have a new Chloe.
Oh god, Chloe doesn't know what's about to happen.
All right, do not break. I did not break. Okay. So, if this is Odeon, I do the following thing. Hold up. This goes into the deck. This goes into the deck. If it is Odeon... Wait, but now I don't have Shining Star in hand.
Yeah, we don't have them. Is there a
Okay,
way
let
to
me...
do it? I'm trying to think if there's a way to do it. Because I feel like there might be.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you want to get to... Crimson plus Auxilla without using the second skill, you do need two non-tuners here and normal summon Stardust Synchron. I've worked on this for like a little while, a few days ago, and I don't think it works with these two here.
Okay, I trust.
Because if we do these two, I mean, we can try. I can show you what the problem is, but or at least what I think the problem is. Let's say, I searched the Shining Star here. And this has to be Primus.
Well, it could be Stardust there, and then you get a token, and you tribute the token.
Or Stardust Synchron?
Yeah.
But then what?
But I haven't yeah, well, then you make Primus next, and then Primus
Then I have Stardust and Primus?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it goes, like I haven't...
But then I'm also, if I want to end...
Yeah, but you might still be missing the non-tuner for later, actually, yeah.
Well, it works if I don't want to go through all the Centurion stuff.
That's true, yeah. But the trap is really nice because like it's hard for them to get to your back row interruptions and your hand interruptions, so you kind of want to stack up on as many of those.
Here it's Autry. Autry no draw in this one then. And now, oh, I'm locked in by the Emblema in this. Oh yeah, that was one of the problems I had. You're locked into, you have to make Auxilla here.
Yeah.
Unless I could get the field spell instead with the Emblema and discard. But then my Auxilla later is worse because the Auxilla can't get the field spell anymore. Right? Like if I go, go, because if I go field spell here, I still have to place Autry because I need the non-tuner. Special Autry. Wait, no, I can still normal summon, right?
Yeah, maybe that's because like then you get Primera later. Like this is crimson.
If I go field spell, place Primera, special Primera, add Autry, normal summon Autry. Autry plus Primera make Crimson. Crimson gets Rumble. Rumble brings back... Yeah, but I'm missing a non-tuner.
Yeah, you're missing a non-tuner, yeah.
I'm missing a non-tuner because the skill doesn't get double trail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of tough.
Well played, Chloe. Okay, but with 2 cards it works, right?
Yeah.
With 2 starters it always works, and then I end on Stardust Dragon, I end on Quasar, I end on no Necro Valley, but I haven't used the second half of the skill yet.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's what I should do against Odeon?
I would carefully say yes today. I will look at it later and see if I can find any like counterplay for them, but it seems quite strong.
Okay. Nice. My question is, how is the Trap Eater not considered mandatory if Destiny Heroes exist and they search Discord?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think part of it is that Destiny Hero, like it's just so bad going second because it's also a deck where like you actually want to play around Sphere Mode by ending on 2 monsters, but they kind of just cannot beat that board.
Do I need Necro Valley against them? Probably.
Yes, yeah, that's a matchup.
So in that matchup, I have to go for the Ancient Fairy.
Yeah.
But is it okay? Same question again. Which actually, let's to make it easier, because I think it's confusing right now. Let's just talk about the decks in the format. Do we just look at Duel Links meta for this?
That's a good idea, yeah.
Okay. So, these are. Do you think that if I'm familiar with these 6 decks, I'm good?
I still see Duel Links.
Oh my god. Okay, at least you said something this time around. Hold up.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. 36. Yeah, I've like if anything outside of these 6 is gonna be good, like it would surprise me equally. So
Okay. I mean, I do think if I play like the first 2 days and I'll see some other stuff, then I'll probably know what's going on. But yeah, these are also, I think these 6 decks, because I already did play the first stage completely. I think for the most part, these are the 6 decks I saw like 99% of the time, especially in the higher ranks.
yeah, that makes sense.
It was basically just these decks. Okay, so we've looked at Stardust. Let's look at Therion. So Therion, you can only use the skills first and second effect once per duel. If your deck includes 15 or more Therion cards, reveal 1 Therion in your hand, add a Therion card from deck to hand, or send it to the grave. Then you add one of the system from outside of your deck to your hand. If your opponent controls a card, you also add a Therion from your deck to your hand, and then send up to 3 Therion cards from your deck to the graveyard. Okay. So this is a 26 card deck, and they play 1 Sphere Mode and 3 Lava Golem, and that's it. What if they don't draw these?
Well, they lose.
Oh, okay.
That is the issue, because like Therion, if they draw the good hands, this deck is incredibly powerful, but every game is a draw the out scenario. And that's why this is also rough.
So essentially, if they go second without Lava Golem or Sphere Mode, I beat them.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is a matchup where you say I need to end on Necro Valley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is the way, if they draw Lava Golem or Sphere Mode, is the way they win by killing me, or do I live and I just don't have follow-up?
Both can happen.
Okay.
But the second one I would maybe say is more, maybe not more common, but it's more scary. Because it means like you can get an absolute, like I've been playing the matchup a bit, and you can get an absolutely insane game states where they have like they just clear your board, they end on Typhon with the field spell up, and you can't out it because your follow up is so bad.
Okay.
So
is this one of the matchups where you would say if I have Necro Valley in hand, I make the smaller board and I go for no second skill?
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah?
I think that's a good idea.
Because I think all I'm missing from the 1-card combo is the Bell in hand, and that doesn't seem that good against this deck.
Yeah, it's only versus the Agyro system graveyard effect,
yeah,
which is not the most relevant thing.
Okay, so this is one of the matchups where I go for the no second skill line if I have Necro Valley, but I do need Necro Valley against this.
100%, yeah.
Okay. Is there a... I thought about this. I don't... Do I have Ancient Fairy Dragon in my extra deck with the skill? No, right?
No.
Okay. Because I was thinking maybe there's a way to just make Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Yeah, the thing is, they originally don't want you to do that because Ancient Fairy Dragon and Necro Valley are both limited to 1. So you can't play them in the same deck.
Oh, dude. Okay, so the skill is a workaround for that? Nice.
The skill is just a workaround for that.
Good stuff. Okay. What do they end on when they go first? Win Therion.
Can you... Is this a good list? Look at the extra deck. No, this is not a good list. Click on the GP top 4 list at the very bottom. Yeah, okay, that's it. So what they do is they do the limited 1 Dragloxion into Dragluon, and that card is just so broken versus your deck. Because Dragon type monsters your opponent controls cannot activate the effects until the end of your opponent's next turn. It's a lingering floodgate.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you're not gonna get to Necro Valley unless you hard draw it, because that's Crimson Dragon, it's Ancient Fairy Dragon, it's Oxilla, it's Atri, it's
Can I not out it?
Well, so that's the second part of the end board. Is Dragluxion searches what does it search, like Galaxy card?
Oh,
I
it
think so.
makes
You
it
search,
unaffected. Yeah.
not the Dragon one. What they do is they get Primal, and then Primal gets the Spiral Galaxy. So you will out the Dragluon part of the end board, but the Primal with the Spiral Galaxy is completely unoutable for your deck because you just still
Okay.
knocks you out of Goddess. So it literally just skips your turn.
So I cannot kill them, but I can out the dragon.
Yeah.
But what if I out the dragon in the main phase? Can't I still search Necro Valley?
This is a Lingering Floodgate. They use it in their turn.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, my favorite card design.
Until the end of your opponent's turn. Okay, so what's the plan if I go second against it?
So yeah, that's a good question. So the plan going second is basically what I do usually is you just do like the skill for Primus, because Primus is, I think, like a psychic. You get Oath, and then you Oath for the field spell for a Primera. Then
Yeah.
you skill 2, you summon the Quasar Dragon.
Yeah.
And basically what you aim to end on is Stardust Dragon to turn on the trap. And Stardust Dragon is like semi-real interruption because they have some destruction effects.
Yeah.
The Quasar, which is good interruption. And then the Primera with Phalanx and the field spell.
Yeah.
And this sort of layers your disruptions a bit, which gives you a chance to survive turn 3, but it depends on the amount of breakers that they draw. Because what sometimes happens is like you make a half board and then they just delete it in 2 seconds because they go like Lava Spiritualism.
Yeah. But I can out their entire board except for the primal, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why they don't actually put up an end board. They just pass on Dragluon and Primal.
Oh, okay, because they know what I'm playing.
Yeah.
So they know that all they have to do is survive. So they keep all resources. They don't even make regulars or anything.
Unless they're scared of like of Eclipse, because that's one of the weaknesses with that end board, is like if you chain Book of Moon on the trap targeting the Primal,
Yeah.
they do just lose instantly. So if
Yeah.
they're scared of that, they will put up a regulars.
Okay, so I just basically I try to get as many disruptions as I can without activating any dragons. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And if I go first, if I don't have Necro Valley, I have to go for Necro Valley. And I guess because they just have to draw Lava Golem or Sphere Mode anyways, there's no point in going for a smaller board. I just go full board in this matchup.
There's like some things that people have theorized, which is what you can do is just end on like one Quasar Dragon, but I feel like it's so risky to do because on one hand, yeah, okay, it turns off Lava Golem, but if they have one Spiritualism to out the Necro Valley, because it can't be negated, the engine just beats that board because it's just not strong enough.
Yeah. Can we set up anything to never die?
I don't think so in this matchup because the tools they have are too strong.
Okay.
Since they have Goddess Access, they have.
So is this basically like, in your opinion, like the second best deck because it can kind of counter the Stardust deck?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Which is crazy that the deck that auto loses to Necro Valley is considered a counter deck, but it's a wild time we live in.
I mean, they do need to. If they don't, what do they do if they go second and they don't have Spiritualism? Isn't it straight up just over?
Yeah, they auto lose the game.
Even if they have Sphere Mode or Lava Golem, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, what they do is like they're gonna tribute it to Quasars and then go for the draw 2 spell and then try to draw into Spiritualism. If they don't, the game is over. They cannot play.
Okay. I don't even play 2 Quasars right now. Is that wrong?
It's like I think there's like a one flex spot which can be the second Quasar.
Because you told me, like, I when I told you about my issue with board breakers, you said, yeah, you can do the thing where you do less of a combo and you end on Quasar plus Axel plus Formula plus level 4. And then you go, when they go Dark Ruler, you go Chain Trap, Chain Axel into another Crimson, and then that Crimson needs to tag out into Red Supernova. So I cut one Quasar for a Red Supernova.
Yeah, it's like you 100% play Supernova, I think, especially if you want to play around breakers. The only thing is, I think you're still on Trish 0. I think that's the...
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I liked it going second sometimes, but maybe it's just because I didn't know the matchups well enough. Like you probably can win without it.
It's kind of hard to say because especially against Destiny Hero, they end on Dreadmaster, which makes the entire board indestructible. So that's
Yeah.
actually a matchup where you need Trish Zero to out everything.
What else would even be cuttable then?
Yeah, it's either Trish Zero or the third level 12. I think everything else, like Ruddy Rose, is like kind of you can make an argument that okay, you have another level 10 Suku that breaks boards.
Yeah.
I think those three.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Next up, Destiny Heroes. This deck is scary to me.
This deck is scary. It's so ignorant going first.
So, okay, what does it do? Wait, it goes first, and then what? It's well, let me read the skill first. Hold up. Because I've played against it, but it's always hard for me to remember the full skill just from like playing against it.
Yeah.
You can only use
good.
the skill second and third effect once per duel. During the main phase, you can only use normal or special level 8 or lower monsters that are dark, fire, or wind heroes. So wait, they cannot play Lava Golem in Sphere mode?
They can play Sphere mode because it's a normal summon, but they
No,
cannot
it says
play Lava
normal or
Golem.
special.
Yeah, level 8 or lower monsters. Sphere mode is level 10.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's worded weirdly then. I thought you can
Yeah,
only summon level 8 or lower monsters, and they also need to be dark, fire, wind, or hero.
Yeah, this is
And
worded
hero.
terribly. It's
So it does not affect high level monsters at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's badly worded. Okay, anyways. But they play Sphere mode sometimes?
They do actually.
Oh, okay.
And it's pretty scary because like you can play around it, but then you know you might lose to the other breakers. So
Reveal one hero monster in your hand, shuffle one card from your hand into the deck, add up to 2 cards in total from your deck to your hand, choosing from Dark Heroes and or Fusion Destiny, and then add 1 D-Force from outside of your deck to your hand. If your opponent controls a card, also play a Doom Lord from outside of your deck in face-down defense position. That's a lot. Okay. From turn 2 onward, place 1 D-Tactics from outside of your deck face-up in your spell trap zone. During this duel, unless you successfully special summon End Dragoon, you can activate the effects of other cards other than Poly and Fusion Disc. Do they use that other skill?
No, they don't. It floodgates yourself. Like they don't even play Dragoon anymore.
Okay.
So
it's literally just a second effect.
Yeah.
Is that once per duel? Yeah, okay.
That is once per duel, yeah.
So basically, this skill gives them everything at once, and then they don't have a skill for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so this deck also strikes with follow-up because of that.
Okay. So it's just reveal a hero in your hand, shuffle 1 card back, add 2, get a free D-Force, and then also maybe play a Doom Lord if I have a monster. Okay.
Yep.
And then what's the combo? Like let's say you open just, I don't know, this commander for the skill. What do they do?
So they shuffle back the other card, like one of the 3 other cards, and they get Ferris and a Fusion Destiny and D-Force from outside the deck. And that's always the setup that you want to have to start playing is Ferris, Hero Monster, and Fusion Destiny. And then they do like the hero stuff. They go through Vion to get Poly.
So Ferris, this cards get increase summons by tributing Ferris, increase summons Vion. Vion sends Malicious.
Yeah, Malicious.
Vion gets Fusion Substitute.
Yep.
Then you link into like what, Cross Crusader or something?
Yeah, Cross Crusader. Yep.
Malicious effect, tribute Malicious to add a hero or something.
Yeah, you add Liquid Soldier usually.
Yeah.
And yeah, then you go into like another Malicious, go for the extra hero Wonder Driver.
With the Cross Crusader as material?
Yeah, with the Cross Crusader. And then you Fusion Destiny into one of the other zones because you don't want to reset with the Wonder Driver yet. You go for the Dominance by sending 3 from deck.
And during your main phase, you can look at the top 5 cards of your deck or your opponent's deck, place them on the top or bottom in any order. When this card destroys bombs by battle, draw a card. If this fusion summon card is destroyed, target 3. How does it draw? Liquid Soldier?
Yeah, Liquid Soldier and Fusion Sub.
Okay. Oh, yeah. But Fusion Sub shuffles. Oh, no, it just returns to extra deck, then draw a card. Okay, so you look at basically. Do you know what the chances are that they find Discord with this?
With this, Yeah, you can kind of, what you usually do is like you count the amount of non-engine, because realistically they can thin every hero card in the deck. So
Right.
what they have left in the deck is like the 4 hand traps, the 3 ruler, which is 7.
That's like 90+% though.
Yeah, this is extremely high.
That's insane. If it's literally down to like just rolls, crows, dark rulers, masker restrict, and discord, that's like impossible to not get discord.
Yeah, usually like what usually happens is you have like 11, maybe 12 cards left in the deck, and you stack 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Yeah.
If people play this, we gotta play Trap Eater.
Yeah, if this is played, you 100% play Trap Eater.
Do I cook them if I play Trap Eater? Like, is it giga easy or is it still hard?
It's actually still hard, because you still need to, like, this deck is just so stupid, because what they do, like, they end on Plasma, DP, and a Floodgate, all like guaranteed.
What do you mean Plasma, DPE, and the Floodgate? You already listed a Floodgate.
Yeah, well, D-Force is also kind of a Floodgate, because you can't target any of this stuff.
So wait, it's Plasma, it's probably Discord. And then they also have D-Force, which says what? You can't target anything?
You can't target anything on their field.
And the Plasma can't get destroyed?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Awesome. How do I beat that?
Yeah, if you draw Dark Ruler or Droplet, that's where Trish Zero comes into play, because it allows you to out that board.
Oh, I go Trish Zero, send it for Droplet.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I see.
If they have unknowns, you can also do like Primus first, send it for Droplet, pop the unknown, and then go Trish after when the Plasma is negated.
I can't pop the Plasma, right? Plasma can't be destroyed?
Yeah, you can pop the Plasma. There's one thing you can do. If you get to play the game, there's a line going second where because Plasma only negates the effects of monsters on the field.
Yeah.
There's a cool play you can do where you use the Axel Starter Synchro effect and the Centurion field spell to dodge your Synchro effects by synchroing them off.
Yeah.
And that way you can pop the D-Force with Primus and then try to play a grind game with the Shooting Star, popping the Plasma in the opponent's turn. But
I need to hard draw the field spell though, right?
No, this is guaranteed actually. You get everything, but the issue is just if they get to resolve their combo, they're usually gonna have a Floodgate or something. How do
I get the field spell guaranteed?
You search that with Oath, and hold on, so the way you do it is you start with skill 2, summon level 8 and level 2, make Ruddy rolls. This checks the DPE.
Ruddy rolls checks DPE because if they activate, I tribute.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And after that, you skill 1. You summon the 2 guys, tuner and non-tuner. You make an Axel. You don't get the token. And what you search with the skill 1 is Primera. So then you normal Primera. Use the effect.
Activate Primera, chain Axel.
Yeah, chain Axel. Yeah.
Synchro the Primera away into level 12?
Yeah, into Auxilla. And then you get the field spell with Primera.
Yeah.
You summon the guys back by tributing the Auxilla. And then you play the field spell. And you make Primus. And then you
Primus, go channeling 1, Primus, channeling 2, field spell.
Yeah.
Search, pop D-Force. So okay, so that's not that hard to beat though. Then if it's no Discord.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work if I have to search Trap Eater to out Discord.
Yeah, exactly. That's an issue.
Then, but then I mean, that's the thing, right? I have a lot of cards I can draw then to still make it work, right? Because if I draw the field spell, it's fine. If I draw Primera, it's fine. Or if I draw Trap Eater, it's fine.
Yeah, all those do work.
Because if I draw Trap Eater, I can just search the Primera. Or even if I draw Emblem of Oath, it probably works.
Oath should also work, yeah.
Yeah, because I can just activate Oath and then add it from grave with Primera Primus and still pop.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. And if I go first against this deck, what is my lose condition?
The main lose condition, in my opinion, is Sphere Mode, which is strange because people have been cutting it, because I think most people have just been playing around it.
I mean, here's one thing. One thing I'm noticing as well. Like, we're looking at these other decks. Isn't Sphere Mode like pretty ass against most of these other decks?
Yeah, against Theron is completely useless. The hero can play around it if they just want to without losing much. And yeah.
I mean, they just end on DPE Plasma, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the reason why people cut Sphere Mode.
Yeah.
Is there any board I can make if I'm scared of Sphere Mode? Because, I mean, I'm assuming if this is the standard list that is on screen right now with the Dark Ruler, I'm assuming my standard board should just be Necro Valley, Quasar, Stardust, Axel, Formula, and level 4.
So yeah, you can just do that. There is an anti-Sphere Mode board which is ending on Necro Valley, 2 Quasar, and both the traps, or well, all 3 traps. And the way this plays is when they use Fusion Destiny, then you use the Converging Wishes from hand to summon the Stardust Dragon to check the DPE. So that way you still get like sort of the Stardust Dragon interruption without playing into Sphere Mode.
Well, but what's stopping them from using Sphere Mode later?
Because what you're going to do is like once they summon the DPE, and if they don't use the effect of DPE with priority on summon, you know something's up, right? Because otherwise they would do that. So then you use the Shooting Star Trap on the DPE, and that, you know, if they still don't use it there, okay, you know, they 100% have Sphere Mode. So what you can do at that point is you can even phalanx yourself just to get a monster off the board again.
Okay, got it. And is that better? Is double Quasar better than the half board against, like, because that seems weaker into Dark Ruler then, right?
That is weaker into Dark Ruler, yeah.
Yeah. So what's wrong with the other board? Just to not enable the Sphere Mode at all?
Which one is that? Like the Quasar Stardust Dragon?
Yeah, the Quasar Axel level 4 formula.
But that turns on Sphere Mode, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, if you expect Sphere Mode, I would like do the safer board with 2 monsters. But if Sphere Mode isn't played a lot, which I think right now it isn't, I think, yeah, you can just make bigger boards.
Okay. And same question here. If I draw Necro Valley, do I ever save the second skill?
This is a little annoying because the Converging Wishes into Stardust Dragon is like relevant interaction in a matchup.
Yeah.
So maybe not in this one.
Okay. How important is Bell for heroes?
Very good, because it negates D-Force, because D-Force can add from grave. And since it negates the activation, the card is gone.
Okay. That's nice. Is that what I should save it for?
Yeah, because on a Necro Valley they're not gonna give you another target.
Right, they don't even bother about outing they don't even play outs to Necro Valley.
Yeah, the only out to Necro Valley is DPE.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's heroes. This deck, the Resonator deck, to me, just felt like a weaker version of Stardust.
Yeah, this deck is not good. Like, I want this deck to be good because it's like cool, but it's just not.
It is kind of cool, but it is. I watched it and it just felt like it was just literally a weaker version of my deck in most ways.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, it still has to draw the out going second.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, if you just do, like, you can just do, like, your normal board, and then they can ruler you, they can droplet you. It's almost impossible for them to beat Phalanx on the Synchro Monster.
One thing I thought that was cool about this deck was the Shining Star Dragon is a really good interruption in this.
Oh yeah, it's amazing
because you bring back the it's not even in here, it's from the skill.
Yeah, it gets added with the skill. Yeah,
the Scarred Red Dragon Archfiend or whatever it's called, and then you synchro with that and you get to basically Raigeki the board. I think this deck would be maybe an option against stuff like Dark Ruler if not everyone can search Bell immediately to counter this, right? Like that's what I've been doing against this deck. Like when I was scared of the Shining Star, I would just go skill search Bell and then activate my board breaker. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's the most important part is you do not it's very good. You do not want to give them any window to use the Shining Star because they will use that window. So if you even if you set a card, they will immediately jump on that and use the Shining Star. So you have to always start with skill 1 and get Bell.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but other than that, it's just basically. It also, I felt like the end board was just weaker. Like I had games here where I would this deck's end board I have broken with just engine.
Yeah, the end board is if you check the Shining Star, the end board is actually the same it was from last year. So
yeah, I just went skill get Bell for the Shining Star and then just played into the board, and usually it was fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
The cool thing about this deck is that it can search Bell in the combo if you play Sangan. So that sort of checks running rolls.
I mean, the Stardust deck also does that, no?
Yeah, it does, and it doesn't have to play Sangan.
I mean, Sangan's based.
Sangan is based.
Okay. All right. So this deck I understand. It's just Synchro Slop in another flavor. And then this deck. When I saw this deck, I was kind of thinking about whether this might actually be an anti-meta pick.
Yeah, I feel you.
Because I saw this and I felt like it was kind of strong.
Yeah.
So this is Odeon Centurion. And the skill gives you Sphere Mode, right?
Yeah, so that's really cool.
You can only use this skill's second and third effect once per duel if your deck contains a total of 15 or more trap cards. At the beginning of your first turn, place a Temple of the Kings from outside of your deck face up on your field. You cannot activate the effect on the first turn. That's just for the effect that actually needs to be activated, right? It doesn't matter. You can still use a trap.
Yeah.
If you control a continuous trap, send one card from your hand to the graveyard. Return any number of continuous spell cards and or continuous trap cards to your hand. All right. Yeah. Then set 2 continuous traps from your deck that can special summon themselves as monsters. These cards can be activated in the same turn. From turn 2 onward, add 1 level 10 monster from your deck or 1 mystical beast of Circuit outside of your deck to your hand. So basically, when you go second with this deck, you can choose between a Kaiju or a Sphere Mode, right?
Yeah, you will not be adding the Mystical Beast of Circuit.
Yes, or Mystical Beast of Circuit. Hey, technically. And then what's the goal going first? You just activate skill, get the thing, and then you need to either draw one of your continuous trap and activate it, or you need to get a Centurion onto the board, right?
Yeah, the Centurion acting as continuous traps to turn on the skill is actually pretty cool.
Yeah. And then you just do a standard quote-unquote Centurion combo, just summon a bunch of Quasars.
I feel like this is not the full extent of what the deck can do. There's more. I can send you another deck list. Hold on 1 second. So, because this is pretty humane.
Oh no. Don't say that. Don't say that.
So first of all, what this deck can do is you can play level 8 continuous traps and just drag on your opponent, which is the same as Therion.
Mm-hmm.
Or what people have been doing is they combo with Beatrice, which in their turn they send Red Rain, which then adds itself back from the graveyard. So that's an interruption. And then in your turn, the Beatrice sends Mischief of the Gnomes.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't do what you think it does. Because if you read the Stardust skill again, the Stardust skill requires you to shuffle back Shining Star Dragon or level 4 Stardust monster.
Oh, they're level 3 in hand. Okay.
So now they're level 3, and if you don't draw Shining Star, you cannot use the skill anymore.
But what if you draw Shining Star?
Then you're fine.
Dude, but that's rough because even the other starters can't search Shining Star, right? Like Tuning or the other one only search Stardust Synchron.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a 3-off.
So, in your words, what's the downside to this deck? Why is this deck not like sleeper pick. Because I also felt like I'm just looking at it and I'm feeling like there's got to be a way to make this deck like good into board breakers as well, because it's Centurion. Like it can play with the field spell. It has like a couple of trap cards in the mix. I guess the limit to your back row is the problem.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. It's like you would definitely end on bigger boards if you could, but the 3 zones is a limit.
Yeah, because you want to end on Phalanx, you want to end on the counter trap, you want to end on the other like, and you are forced to play 15 trap cards, so you're gonna have hands with a lot of redundant cards. I feel like.
Yeah, 100%.
And if you end up on multiple traps, then you cannot end on any Centurions.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's a big issue. Yeah, Emmet is cool because in the
that's what Emmet is broken for, right? You can leave like a Chodea or a Primera on your field and Emmet in the graveyard, and then after you use one of your traps, you use Emmet to put the Primera into your spell trap zone, and then it can jump out, and then you can synchro.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's nice. I love Emmet. Emmet's my goat.
Yeah, Centurion is really fun because like it's more low to the ground, right? And you have more interaction with this deck, but yeah, it's not the most unfair end board with this.
Is there ever a world where is there ever a world where if I start getting hard countered like crazy in every game, what's my backup plan?
Yeah, so I think Stars and Therion are like the 2 decks that I'm gonna prepare for this WCQ.
Yeah.
Because I think if you like see a lot of random decks, Therion can also do well into those because you have the board breaker, which are pretty much like against most decks, the board breakers are going to put in work.
Mm-hmm.
And this deck also has the photon jumper, which can act as like a battle blocker into the rogue matchups where maybe the primal isn't a guaranteed survival tool.
You can also search this, I assume.
Yeah, with photon lord.
Ah, right, it has another effect. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
An opponent wants to declares an attack, skip your next battle phase, press some card from your hand, end this battle phase. Okay.
So if this deck becomes too dominant though, then I think what you can do is you play Stardust and just play like a ton of hand traps, because that's really the weakness of Therion.
Mm-hmm. Which hand traps are good against it? Just anything to negate the Drag Luxion, or?
Yeah, honestly, almost anything, because like the way they combo usually is that they use Argyros system to send a card to send a Therion from deck to grave. So if you have DD Crow there, it's actually just auto win because they pass turn. But
because they can't activate any of the Therions?
Yeah, they can't play.
Is that the only way for them to get a Therion in grave? Unless they like hard draw charge, I guess.
Yeah, there's charge, but they can also use the skill to send. And because you can't respond to the skill, they can immediately start with Therion there.
Yeah, okay.
And that way they can play around it. But the issue for that is it plays, like, unless they hard open Regulus, this plays into Droll and Lockboard, because what they want to do is they want to always have like Regulus up while they search. Otherwise they auto lose to Droll.
Okay.
So yeah, Droll is good, negates are good, DD Crow is good. DD Crow is just weird because it's really bad in the mirror match.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Realistically, how high on hand traps can I go? Because I'm assuming even if I get countered, there's no way I'm not running into Stardust decks, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because like the hand traps are so bad in the mirror. Like you can double hand trap, then it doesn't matter. Their board is still going to be completely broken.
I mean, yeah, I've been getting Veilered and Impermed in the most random spots, and it never felt like it did anything. Because like, okay, now I don't search Converging Wishes.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I don't search Synchro Rumble, but I don't really need those.
Yeah, the issue is like the Quasar just comes down so early, like there's no real choke point.
Yeah. I've played against Valmonica a couple times.
This deck is cool, but it fell off a bit because I think it's just too fair.
How does it beat me?
Yeah, that's also what I've been struggling with.
Just Dark Ruler and Droplet, and otherwise just dead?
Yeah, because the deck just doesn't really, like, if you negate the scales in hand, which like place themselves, they are not going to do a lot.
From what I'm seeing, I feel like every deck we've looked at so far is either playing Dark Ruler Droplet and or Lava Golem Sphere mode.
Yeah,
So
because otherwise you.
is there even a matchup in which I go for the full board, or is that just too high risk?
That's a good question. I think like in the matchups where the full board doesn't really well, but I mean the issue is like it always takes away follow-up, right? So yeah, maybe it's actually correct to never do it.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
am I crazy because I just want to go second if I can?
I can see you.
Going first is just so stressful right now.
Yeah, it is. It is stressful because you can. Yeah, I've talked about that as well. Like you can make your board. Like you think about what combo you want to do. You execute your combo, and then in 2 seconds it gets deleted because lava and spiritualism.
Yeah.
It's like cool.
And I've been enjoying going second more because the skill gets more powerful. You can't really brick, and you just activate a Dark Ruler, and you're cool.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
What's the plan in the mirror match if I go second and I have Dark Ruler? Like, what's the best way to pick apart the board and the best way to like establish your own board? Also, why is enemy controller in here? Is enemy controller coded?
It's not bad, but I haven't found it convincing yet because in the mirror match, it just trades with the Quasar negate most of the time, and I feel like you want more value out of the tech card than that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Fair
it's
enough.
it's pretty cool.
I've seen a lot of people use this card over Synchro Rumble. What's the difference between those two?
These are for different combos. So Overtop actually allows you to get an extra draw with the combo because the skill adds Formula Synchron to your extra
Yeah,
deck.
you make formula because you get 2 level 1s back, right?
Yeah. So you can do some like slightly different end boards. You can undo like double formula Axel and the level 12, which is cool. You can also do a draw 3 combo with this where you go through Coral Dragon and formula.
Yeah, but I mean the extra deck space is already so tight, isn't it?
Yeah, that would have to cut some of the other stuff then.
And also, I feel like at least I found this with the archery as well. Like drawing, I haven't been drawing many relevant cards most of the time. Like it's relatively unlikely to draw something that matters because I'm searching. You can search Necro Valley already. You can search Bell already. Like I guess in this version you could draw into enemy controller or Droll and Lockbird, but I've like a Dark Ruler is my non-engine. I have Droplet I can draw, I guess.
Yeah, that is an issue.
And Droplet is a decent draw, I think. But besides that,
yeah, Droplet is quite strong in the mirror match, but because you have like a lot of cards that are focused on going second and like a lot of engine requirements. If you draw them, you're not gonna do anything.
Yeah. This list doesn't play the Hound. Is the Hound mandatory?
I would not say it's mandatory.
Explain like what's the reason for playing it or not playing it? Because we could save on one spot that's not technically a board breaker and not technically engine, so it'd be kind of nice to cut.
Yeah, so it's nice in the mirror match to out Necro Valley because there are lines like especially with Dark Ruler, what's gonna happen is like you negate the Quasars and then it's really nice that you have like the guaranteed Hound to out the Necro Valley, which like is then also still an extender. So for those scenarios, I would say it's good.
So how would that game go? I activate Dark Ruler, negate their board. They probably still have, let's say, Phalanx, Bell, Shooting Star, plus Necro Valley, right?
Yeah.
Is to be expected. That's about it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, so after it resolves, they can either there's like 2 ways they can do this. They can either on Darkula chain Shooting Star to have to be able to activate monster effects again in the chain, and then chain Axel Synchro to make Shooting Star Dragon, which is then unaffected by the Darkula. Because they need something to check just using the second part of the seal and summoning Satellite Warrior and popping 5 cards.
Yeah.
So it's either that or like Shooting Star and pop themselves and then use Converging Wishes to have like Stardust on the field. Because if they don't do that and there's nothing that checks the satellite, like you just pop the entire board.
If my opponent has 3 sets and they don't do anything, do I just assume they have Droplet for Satellite Warrior?
I would say that's reasonable. But then the question becomes, okay, can you gamble on that yourself and just let the ruler resolve and hope they don't make Satellite?
Well, no, if they have Droplet, they don't have to be afraid of Satellite, do they?
Yeah, I mean, like if you're in that position and you have 3 sets and one isn't Droplet, what you could do, you know, is you
Oh,
kind of
that's what you
mind
mean.
game
That's what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Ah, it's very scary though. I feel like that's a hard play to make, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just scary.
Okay. And because this is something I found sometimes with Satellite Warrior is sometimes if I make Satellite Warrior and it gets dropleted, it makes it awkward because my board is then like a little clogged with random shit.
Yeah, that is an issue. Like the levels can become pretty awkward going second.
Because if I have a level 10 non-tuner and a level 2 non-tuner and I don't play Coral Dragon, then it's like kind of weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but ideally, what is my plan as the player going second in the mirror? I activate Dark Ruler or Droplet. I guess Droplet I would hold. And then
so
I try to just clear the board because they have no follow-up.
yeah, that's what's usually going to happen is you just clear the board and you can end on because you're never going to use the shooting star in the mirror match. Going second, you're just going to keep the set, and because even if you don't end on a Stardust monster, your opponent's Stardust monsters turn on your trap.
Yeah.
So if they even like able to hold the converging wishes, they're just converging wishes out Stardust Dragon, and you just shooting star pop the. Yeah, it's important to pop the converging wishes because Synchro Rumble has that secret effect to protect the Stardust Dragon, but it just loses the 20k attack boost if you pop the wishes, and then then they're not going to be able to come back.
This protects Stardust?
No, Rumble, the other one.
Oh, Rumble. Yeah, okay. So I have to pop wishes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because the converging wishes, if they use both skills and I break their board, that's literally their only push, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing they have left.
Yeah. So if I have a board and I have the shooting star, I win. Most likely.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes you can even like go through all your plays and then still end on like a phalanx too. And then because you know, like phalanx with the graveyard effect, there's scenarios where they can have like a follow-up Crimson Dragon by reviving the Primus and having like a level 4 non-tuner.
That's one thing that I thought was kind of scary about even outing the Necro Valley sometimes, because I feel like that would give them a way back into the game.
Yeah, that's actually true. If you can out the entire board without outing the Necro Valley, you should do that because it limits their follow-up.
So what I've been thinking is like, so if I have Dark Ruler, right? If I have Dark Ruler, then I don't know if I want to search the Hound to out the Necro Valley for them.
Yeah.
And if I don't have Dark Ruler or Droplet, you said I'm losing anyways.
Most likely.
So when do I search Hound?
Well, in the Dark Ruler or Droplet lines, I'd still say it's safer to because, you know, Necro Valley turning off your Xenas in the graveyard is pretty relevant. It does limit your pushes.
So I search it, but I might not use it. I'm just like, I'm trying to push, and then if it's not enough, then I use it.
I think usually you would use it early because it's pretty quickly you will see that it's gonna be nice to have. Unless, I mean, I guess unless you have like both in hand, right? Because then you just tribute from hand and summon from hand.
Okay. What do I do with the level 1 tuner after?
So what you can do is if you are able to summon the token of Stardust Trayer, you can actually synchro it off and go formula to get like an extra draw and have a level 2 monster.
That's cool. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. If you don't think you can do anything with the level, then you just tribute it off for Stardust Synchron.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got that. So what I'm gathering, just TLDR, we can jump into some games in a second if you want, if you still have time.
Yep.
TLDR against Stardust, I would personally, I would make the board, the anti-Dark Ruler board that we talked about earlier, the one where you don't make 2 level 12s instantly, but instead you make Axel plus Quasar and some other monsters.
Yeah.
And if I draw Necro Valley, I don't use my second skill.
Yeah, I think that makes sense in this matchup.
Okay. Against Therion, I make the... it's the same thing?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So if I draw Necro Valley against Therion, I can afford to hold the second skill. Yeah, okay. But I do need Necro Valley in this matchup.
Yeah.
Against Destiny Hero, it's the same thing. Because I do need Necro Valley in this matchup. So if I don't draw Necro Valley, I have to go for the Ancient Fairy line.
Yeah, here the wish is nice as an interruption. So
okay, so there's an argument to go for the full combo line, even if I have Necro Valley.
That's also kind of true in the mirror match, but yeah, I'd have to check in the mirror because like with like the safer board, like the level 12, level 8, level 2, and level 4, like what's gonna happen is you axle synchro off the level 4 and itself for Crimson Dragon, and then you have like a formula which isn't like doesn't threaten anything on itself by itself. But if you use converging wishes to summon Stardust, then that's suddenly a level 10 threat again.
That's if there's no board breaker though.
Yeah, if there's no board breaker.
Right.
Otherwise the formula is negated.
Yeah. Unless I guess they droplet and they don't have enough sends. And the formulas.
True, yeah.
Okay. Because I had this sometimes where like they would droplet, and if they send 3 cards for droplet, I can actually synchro down to like less cards than like less than like if they droplet for 3, I can just go down to 2 monsters sometimes, and then it doesn't even work.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if you have like droplet, you 100% need a monster and a trap because they can just dodge it so easily.
Yeah. Okay. Resonator. Do I need Necro Valley against Resonator?
Yeah, it's actually it's nice to have in that matchup, yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think they can like out your board anyway.
Even if they have Dark Ruler or Droplet?
Yeah, because the way it usually goes, this entire deck pretty much has 2 non-tuners, which are Bone Archfiend and the synchro you get with the skill. So you just like phalanx the synchro of the skill and you shooting star the Bone Archfiend, and they actually can't play.
Deck seems ass.
Yeah, this deck is ass.
Okay. Well, but if that's the case, isn't that even even better argument for holding the second skill? Because if I can make them unable to play, then I just win as long as I have follow up, right?
If you have Necro Valley, yeah, for sure.
Okay. And then this deck, I think I don't need Necro Valley, right?
Yeah, this I think you don't need it.
So I just make in this matchup I would think it makes sense to hold the second skill.
Yeah, for
maybe
sure.
even in general.
Yeah.
Okay. And Valmonica, do I need Necro Valley?
Yeah, I think so, right? Because the
this one comes back to hand, right?
Yeah, this one comes back, and like the pendulum guys, they have banished from the grave to use the like copy defects.
Okay, so I do want Necro Valley in this one as well. All right, let's game.
All right.
What's the better place? Okay, now this is a 30 card deck list, and I basically put everything in there. Do I need this? Do you think I need the counter trap against Droplet and Dark Ruler, or am I fine without it?
That's a really good question. I think it's honestly, and this might be the best way. Like I haven't really found like a reliable way to beat that counter trap. Like at least with Dark Ruler. With Droplet, there's like some things you can do. If you like start with Primus, to threaten the Centurion in the spell trap zone. But with Dark Ruler, like yeah, it's rough.
What about this little guy? He beats this, doesn't
he? Yeah, this is also really good against the counter trap.
Okay. But should I play counter trap and bonds?
Well, if you play the counter trap, I think you have to play bonds. Otherwise, you can't make it live. But I think you only play counter trap or phalanx.
There's no counter trap then. This is 28 cards with 11 starters. What's the math on that? Like, do I just add a third one to make it 29, or do I cut one to make it 27?
I think what's 28 with 11? It's like what's this?
I don't know the
Yeah,
Duel Links
11.
numbers, dude.
Like,
I don't.
I think it's like 88%. Like that's not that much.
88%. Hold up, let me calculate that. Hypergeometric calculator. We have population size 28, sample size what, 4 cards?
Yeah.
And 11, and we need 1. Yeah, it's 88%.
Yeah, that's low.
If
But
we go to 29 with 12, we have 90. That's barely different.
yeah.
And if we do 27 with 10, 86. Is there anything that we can cut to increase the consistency?
Okay. Well, the Trap Eater would be one thing.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you, the Trap Eater sounds better than the Hound to me.
That's reasonable. I get where you're coming from with that. The other thing would be is you technically do not need both Centurion monsters for like the standard combo. They are necessary for the combo that searches a hand trap, but not for the standard line. But I guess yes, like they're nice like going second, but I think you can maybe.
I do need the artery. I do need both of them for the line that I showed you earlier if I want to save the second skill sometimes.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Is there an argument to cut down on droplets? Because I found Dark Ruler to be the more reliable breaker going second. Or is it even the other way around?
It's really, really hard to say because it depends like what boards people go for.
I mean, Droplet is really good against the friggin' like hero deck.
Yeah. Well, Dark Ruler is also really good there, but
yeah,
like
true.
Droplet dodging is nice.
You know what? For now, we're just gonna not brick, and then we'll think about that later.
Okay.
Where do I go? Where do I get the best testing? Just DLB max? Because I'm in plat. I'm only plat right now.
Yeah, then I would probably say, but I hope we face good opponents.
Also, you need to give me some tips on like how to not time out. Because I saw you last time. Last time I saw you play, you always had all the animations turned on.
Yeah, so that's okay. So that's also the first thing I would do is go into settings and put your zones on auto. You don't need to like always pick your zones with the stack.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't break. I drew 3 starters. Where's zone auto
like
here?
Card position. Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
what the hell are we going up against if it's this kind of skill? What do I expect?
Not like if this were like a legit tournament, I would say Therion because the skill doesn't activate at the start and it is archive skill. But Therion is not 20 cards, so yeah, at this point I have no idea. Maybe it's still Therion.
Do I go Bell or do I go the Shining Star Dragon route here? I went Bell.
Yeah. I think Bell is probably safer. Because like the Shining Star can be weird. Since with like the zone sometimes you can be a little bit clogged.
Do they automatically use the EMZ on auto?
Yeah, it automatically always goes into the right EMZ.
That's good, isn't it? That like most of the time is where it needs to go.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't mess up your combo at all. So it just saves you time.
Is there ever a scenario where I have to turn it on? I guess against Imperm sometimes.
Yeah, against Imperm you're gonna have to turn on. I think like maybe if you like calculate some line going second where you think you want it in the main monster zone.
So here, should I save my second skill or should I just go for the full board here?
We can try saving it if you want.
No,
Just
I
to
just want to
see.
do the I want to do the full line ones because I've
Okay.
been doing in the last couple of days I've been doing the save the thing combo, so I've been like practicing that a little bit.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now I have to place with it.
Yeah. Or like a set.
I mean, yeah, place it.
Yeah.
And then probably discard Dark Ruler.
Yeah, yep.
I did already normal summon though.
Yeah, so this combo actually gets an entry draw.
Oh. The monsters summoned from the skill don't count for Nibiru, right?
No, they don't.
That's so insane.
It is, yeah. Like, yeah, Quasar's just gonna check most things.
So, do I watch these cutscenes to give me time to think?
Yeah, so what you can also do is like turn on voice lines.
Turn on voice lines, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yeah. I mean, I play with voice lines when like I play competitive stuff. I have my sound turned off, like I don't actually listen to them.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean the timer in this game, that's one of the biggest difference I'd say between Duel Links and Master Duel.
The
Is like
timer is so
timer.
aggressive. It's so
Timer
aggressive.
Yeah, because in Duel Links, it never rounds up. In Master Duel, like if you have like, let's say, I don't know, 179.5 seconds, it's gonna go up to 180. In this game, it doesn't.
Okay, it rounds down.
I think it just stops exactly where it is.
Oh, okay. Dude, I'm down to 50 seconds already. Well, we did talk a little bit.
Yeah, we talked.
No, not selecting zones is a good tip though, because that saves me a lot of time.
Yeah.
Do you go toggle on immediately when you pass?
Yeah, because that's also one of the differences, because you can read delays in Duel Links much easier. So if you have toggle on, you can like immediately know if they have like a quick play spell, so you know what to play around.
How?
Okay, so you look at the hourglass at the top.
Yeah.
So after they drew a card, it's gonna disappear for a second because now you have. So now you click away and then you see if it flickers up. Okay, so if it flickered up like it did there, like if you click away again, you're gonna see it like it lights up. So
Yeah.
that means they have a quick play spell in hand.
Oh,
Or like
okay.
anything that they can activate.
They have so this guarantees that they have a quick effect.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
What does that do?
Oh, that's chaos. It doesn't pop at least, I think. Yeah, because only yours.
No, it doesn't pop.
Yeah.
Oh, Sky Striker based. Wait, did they have the Sky Striker? Oh, they did have the Sky Striker skill.
I can't interact on this one.
Yeah, probably let that happen.
Okay, no engage yet.
Super Poly is limited, basically, right? There's only one from a bundle, right?
Yeah. Super Poly is really strong against this deck, but again, most decks lock you out of it.
Oh yeah, we can't use it either, right?
Yeah, we can't use it.
They targeted. Oh, I can't activate Shooting Star. I should have probably gotten the Stardust out. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if getting the Stardust out is even good here for me.
Yeah,
because it's my last kind of push.
Yeah, and it's also like would be nice to have it at like an interaction with the formula.
I mean, if they didn't draw engage, I'm still probably.
Oh,
never mind.
Okay.
They only have 2 spells though.
Yeah, it's maybe it's still fine because you know the Necro Valley stops Kagari. Yeah, multi-roller.
What did they add with the thing? They added Ray, right?
Yeah, they added Ray.
I'm timing out.
Like you can put your toggle on off, maybe even. I'm not sure like when we're gonna interact with the phalanx, right? It's like not the best interaction in this matchup.
They kind of need second engage, otherwise this doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I don't see how they actually, because that's
Oh, they play 2
like,
Rays. That's so bad in this deck.
that is really bad. I mean, yeah, at this point is one unknown. Like if they
Oh, they draw one, I guess, here.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Ah, they drew Rose. Okay, Ray in hand and 1 unknown. That's fine.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That does nothing.
Yeah, that's fine. I win. If I don't time out.
Nah, you'll be fine.
I mean, all I need to do is activate wishes next turn and punch them, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of the weaknesses with link decks. Like, you know,
Wait,
this
I
deck
thought
at
that was
least
Ray
you
in
can...
hand.
Wait, I also thought that was Ray. Did he add Anchor? I guess he must have added Anchor.
Where's the field spell? Field spell. Oh, the last card was Anchor.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, it is Anchor. I just banish this for phalanx, and then it comes.
Yeah,
oh wait, no, it doesn't come back, right?
Yeah, exactly, because the Ray doesn't come back, and the Hayate doesn't come back either.
Yeah, but that's bad for me because then the Anchor can be activated.
Yeah, but I mean, he has nothing, right? Like...
Yeah. I guess I just punch the Hayate with the lava. Yeah, but then I don't have to phalanx it, right? Because I can just attack it.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
So I just attack it, and if they fail, if they Widow Anchor, I win.
Yeah, if they Widow Anchor, you win. So. Okay.
Okay, they know ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we chill. Maybe I should have set like the shiny.
Yeah,
probably. I should have set the drop that I forgot there was no main phase 2 for a second.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why I was confused, but it makes perfect sense. Oh god. Okay, we might be in trouble. But okay, Ray and Rose are out. So
yeah, they probably don't have monsters anymore.
Okay, toggle on. Okay.
Dude, can I not left click to toggle on?
No, that doesn't exist in this game. Oh my god! Oh my god! Like what we can think about doing here is like banish our own lava go, but I guess I mean
I only do that if they activate multi-roll though.
Yeah.
Because if they just activate burner now, I just chain it and get rid of the lava golem. That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
Oh my god, wait, but... Okay.
That's such a stupid game.
Yeah, this is like you show this game to someone and say, oh yeah, tier 0 deck.
I mean, okay, we just start... No, actually, I can't summon that. Because if I summon that, I get afterburnered. Do we just let them deck out?
Oh god.
Can they deck out? Like what's left in their deck?
What if you set it? I guess.
Set it. Yeah, afterburner is face ups only.
Yeah, and then if you have enough to attack for game, like you can maybe OTK.
Yeah, if I draw another one, I can summon both, and then they are forced to Widow Anchor, and then I can wish.
Yeah.
Is Lemnis in the game? No, Lemnis is not in the game. It wouldn't work against Necro Valley anyways, but no, Lemnis is not in the game.
Yeah. Okay. Defense. I guess we can set. Well, I suppose it doesn't hurt. I don't think we're gonna be clogged.
Just in case they play 2 jamming waves, I guess we have another one. Bro should have burnered his own Veiler. Yeah, bro should have just cheated.
Doesn't work in this game, unfortunately.
What do you mean, unfortunately? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, okay, well, I shouldn't have said that.
See, we are fine with the timer. As long as we get to turn 9, we're okay. Wait, what does this do? Hold up. This
we can
collect counters.
This has an effect, yeah.
Remove 2 signal counters. Send this card to the grave. Draw 2. Send 1 card. Okay. No, I don't want that. I might need that space for the thingy.
Yeah, I think you might want that space.
I should have set the droplet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he might not have plays left at this point.
I don't think they do. I mean, basically this was my deck I've played for the last year in Duel Links because I didn't want to invest into anything new. I just played Sky Striker for a year. And I usually I think it's stupid to play more than one of each Ray and Rose.
Yeah.
And they can't recycle with never mind, it's not live.
Yeah, it's not Spell Eater.
It is not Spell Eater. Can you send your own traps? No. No, even worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Linkage is his last play, I guess.
Linkage is a play, yeah. Wait, but they haven't had Linkage yet.
Yeah. Great.
Thrilling gameplay.
Yeah, this is tier 0, by the way. You know?
Okay, last card in deck. Now they have to go for it.
Okay.
Up. Too easy. Let's go over settings for a second, so we don't have to do it in game. So okay, dual settings. So top down view is correct. Card position auto is most of the time correct. If I need to do my spell traps, it's manual 2, right?
Yeah, for playing around Impom, you just hit the manual 2.
I have to do manual 2, but you suggest I always play on auto, and when there's an Imperm involved, I do this real quick.
Yeah, I would suggest that.
Okay. Chain speed, self chain on. Yeah.
Yeah, this is important. Otherwise, you can't chain it to your own cards.
Activation order, manual.
Activation order can be auto if you want, but
auto is that when multiple triggers happen at the same time, right?
Yeah, you can't decide. But like if you're used to manual there, I would suggest keeping it on manual.
I am used to manual, and I also think, I mean, sometimes it can matter, right? Like if you tribute,
it can matter.
If you tribute for Stardust Synchron and you want to play around Bell, you go Chainlink 1 Trail, Chainlink 2 Synchron, right?
Yeah, it's also incredibly relevant with the Centurion field spell if you like want to chain block there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I keep it. Toggle button. There's no option for you to left click to toggle on, right?
I cannot understand why they have not added that.
That's so.
Yeah.
That is one of the most confusing things to me as a Master Duel player, that I cannot do that because I'm so used to doing that. I'm so used to, because I always play auto. Left click is on, right click is off.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah, that is really annoying. That's going to be hard to get used to.
Card selection view. I've been messing up my toggles like that, like because I'm so used to like, oh, they activate this, now I want to toggle on. I just spam left click.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Card selection view probably doesn't matter. Display special, dude. Special processing. Is it? Do I need to do that to have aura or not?
No, you don't. You have aura without it, bro. Trust.
You have enough aura without it. Is it not necessary?
Well, I mean, you can only, like, I pick only show yours because, like, some people, have you seen, like, the sepia? Like, it looks like Ghost Ray, basically.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, some of them look so bad.
Yeah, I legit, like, I just have only show mine.
Okay, that's cool. Also, that doesn't allow my opponents to have aura. That's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, and you're telling me I have to do character lines on?
Yeah.
Even the opponent?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, display opponent's dialogue is like, it's like taunts you can do and stuff.
Wait, you can emote in this game?
Yeah, you can emote.
Okay, that's incredibly important then.
Yeah.
But this means if I put this off, my opponent emotes, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's important. I need to do that. Otherwise, they can taunt me.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Okay. So, dude, and then I basically, what you're saying is when I'm playing, I decide on whether I need time to think, and if I need time to think, I just let the animations play.
Exactly. That's like the way to cheat the time, I guess, to like get more time than you would actually have.
Yeah. I mean, that does make sense, as much as I hate it.
I also hate it, but at some point, you know, I just had to like, okay, I just need the time.
Because I feel like sometimes it would just get you out of the flow. Okay, what the hell is Merrick?
Oh my god, this might be Winged Dragon of Ra.
Oh yeah, it is. I know that one.
It is. Okay. Well, there's a deck where you want to only end on 2 monsters, if I've ever seen one.
In this instance, when I have hands like these, if I'm only ending on 2 monsters, should I keep this in my hand?
I think not in this matchup, because I think like Necro Valley is, well, yeah, I think not because like Necro Valley is really strong versus Ra, right?
Because that's what I'm trying to ask is if I draw this plus a starter, usually I've just been shuffling it in because I want the space.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
but here I want to shuffle in the wishes anyways because it's a free
I think you want to shuffle the wishes. But this is one problem with this card, is that like the card only works when you control no other cards.
Yeah.
So like you always have to start with it, so it like plays into draw.
So I don't use it here because I already have a play.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to.
In this case, I want Necro Valley, so I'm gonna go for the full combo anyways, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So what do I search? Bell?
Is Bell even good? Yeah, I guess Bell is.
Bell's good for Reborn, isn't it?
Yeah, if they out the Necro Valley, I guess. Yeah.
So this line is weak to Imperm on Primera now, right?
Yeah, this line passes to anything on Primus.
I mean, passes. It still passes with Axel plus Formula.
Yeah, like it still have something.
Wait, okay, the character dialogue is literally just the text bubbles?
Well, that's like that's the character dialogue. That's
and that gives me just a little bit more time, or what?
Yeah, that's just a little time, yeah.
Here it's odd free.
Yeah.
And then I don't get a draw.
Yeah. You actually can get a draw later.
With the Atri? And you're telling
Yeah,
me I watched this?
this even I don't watch. Like,
Because I can't
I
even
don't
see the
know.
board while it's playing. Like, how am I gonna...
Yeah, exactly. Like, this one I don't really get a lot out of. Like, and like, I play with the character lines on. I don't play with the animations on usually because
Oh,
it just
okay.
that one actually takes me out of.
But you did do that last time I was watching you.
I don't think I played the summoning animations. Like I let like the synchro summoning, like where the tuners
Oh,
go in the
that's
circles
okay.
and stuff.
Those are two different things. I didn't know that.
Yeah, those are different. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a one thing is the summon animation, and can you turn both off individually, or is
Uh,
one always playing?
well,
This is
this
the
one is
synchro
always
summon
playing, but
animation,
yeah, this one like you can always just skip.
but this one you let play
Um,
sometimes.
yeah, this one I let play sometimes. The other one is the one that you can actually like turn off completely.
And you have those turned
Like you can
off?
skip it. Yeah, honestly, like most of the time, unless I feel like I really need the time to think, but like I almost never have those turned on.
Okay. This one.
Yeah, like this is too much for me.
I don't know, dude. It seems pretty pog to me.
I mean, it just takes me out of it.
One thing I like about the half board is that you can hold the synchro rumble, even though
Yeah.
I mean, you do play Necro Valley, but if it gets outed or if you have droplet, like you can get rid of the Necro Valley on the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And like, especially with like the phalanx, like you rumble back the Atri, get a draw, and then phalanx back the previous, and that's like a level 12.
Wait,
So it's
if I
like
want to end
actually,
on 2 monsters, what do I do now?
you make a level 8, normal summon Primera, make 12. Like, make another Crimson.
Do I
I
waste
would
a Stardust or do I waste an Axel? I am on 20 seconds.
probably Stardust. Yeah. Okay. They hit no on everything here, and then. Yeah, normal Primera.
You can't double click in this game, right?
Yeah, no, you can't.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Okay, that should be enough time because we don't have to pick the zones anymore.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I needed that.
Yeah. Yeah, see, we're fine.
Easy.
And here again, like put on toggle on is like it's just a really good habit to get into because you can always like read the quick plays.
Yeah. They're already in main phase, it's too late.
Yeah.
The true sun god. Do I negate that?
Well, I mean,
Take your time.
okay, probably. It's a searcher, like it doesn't look bad.
This is where I would probably tag out into a second Quasar if I played it.
Okay,
Oh, good
great.
stuff.
I think you can also tag on as a supernova here. That seems pretty good. Because if he like summons the god slime, and then you can like banish his field. Yeah, that seems good.
This board is annoying because the shooting star isn't live. I bail that. I don't have time to think.
Yeah, you can. Based. It seems like a good player. Perfect. Yeah, you can, like, instead of ending on 2 12s, you can end like 12 in Stardust, and that turns on the trap, which is also like a really good half board.
I would like I can turn on the trap anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
Not even close.
He's dead. Attack with the Supernova first. They have like a hand trap that triggers on damage.
Oh, they're on 4100, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Where did I get life points from?
This skill gives the 100, like, it makes the life points 4100, I think, and then it adds reborn. It's just random skill, actually, if you think about it.
Ooh, we get 100 gems next game. We have to do one more.
Based. Oh, you didn't even do your dailies yet. You gotta get those 50 gems. No, it said 2 out of 4.
Okay. See? No problem.
Oh yeah, we ended this guy's 11 win streak.
Oh, shouldn't have played Winged Dragon of Ra, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Destiny Heroes!
And we go second. Okay.
Oh, we have Trap Eater.
Oh,
this is good.
Trap Eater.
This is good practice.
Oh,
we have Trap Eater and Dark Ruler. We win.
Yeah, we do win.
And we drew the Centurion field spell. So we can even search the Trap Eater without losing the combo lines.
Yeah, true. What a great hand for this matchup.
Imagine double Discord. Don't say that!
Yeah, that is a thing they do, actually.
Well, yeah, if they hit 2 Discords in the reveal 5, they can just draw both, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not good.
That is indeed not good.
We cannot beat that, right?
No. There is... So funnily enough, if you draw Book of Eclipse, you do beat that. Because what you do is, like, you flip down the entire board, then you use the skill to summon Red Dragon Archfiend, and you just attack.
Oh yeah, the skill does work.
Yeah.
That is so stupid.
It's actually also why they need the Dreadmaster to protect their board. Otherwise, like, if you could just, like, droplet and then summon 3 guys and just attack, like, they would lose.
Do these have any relevant graveyard effects?
Yeah, Dreamer is actually a good card. Well, relatively.
Doing damage calc, special summon this card. It has no graveyard effect though, right?
No.
Oh, in the graveyard. Like oh, from the grave. Okay. Yeah. If your Destiny Hero special summons card, make that monster unable to be destroyed by that battle. Take no battle damage. That's annoying if you try to like kill them with the Stardust.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that you have to watch out for in this matchup.
So they have already stacked their deck, right?
You can look in the log. It says if they... Well, it's going to be at the bottom.
Well, I mean, they're... Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Dasher.
Dasher is crazy.
So... Oh, they destroyed this and then they bring back 3 and then they tribute those for plasma?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's actually pretty annoying.
I guess they're not playing around sphere mode because my deck doesn't play that anyways.
Yeah. They wanted to play around sphere mode, they would just like not trigger the DPE and then just have like not bring anything back.
Watching this one, boys, we need time to think. Oh, no sets.
Oh. That helps.
There is... Okay. Is there any way for me to beat this without activating Dark Ruler? Because preferably I would like to go for game.
Oh, not for game. That's impossible.
Okay, then I'll just
in
activate.
general. Even if going for game is impossible even with droplet, because Dreadmaster is it's a unclassified effect, and you're not gonna out. Well, I mean, if you have Trish Zero, it would be game with droplet.
I do play Trish
actually
Zero.
do have Trish Zero. Yeah, okay, never mind.
But without droplet, I can't do.
Yeah, without droplet, you can't.
And I'll just activate Dark Ruler no more.
Okay, so one thing it's a little annoying in this matchup is some people play Artifact Lancia just for going first because it turns off Trish Zero.
Do I not just make Quasar here?
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Checks like all the hand traps.
So how do I out this board? Because nothing can be destroyed, right? And nothing can be targeted. So what I have to do is out the D-Force first, right?
It's either that or you just Trish Zero.
I just Trish Zero. Okay, so I go Quasar and then back it up with Trish Zero?
Yeah, that's pretty safe.
I need to turn off these animations. I'm losing my mind already.
Yeah, same. That's why I don't play with them.
These
summon...
No,
I'd summon one of
I
each.
need these.
Yeah.
This... Wait, I can just destroy this with the... with the Primera Primus, right?
Yeah, that's like the way that you would approach it without Trish Zero.
Okay, but right now I'm just doing the Axel.
Yeah, just Axel. And this game you do want to have the token because it's like the
I need
token,
that for Trish Zero.
Yeah. And then you can even like use the Axel and just have an unaffected Trish Zero, and that way it should be safe.
Does it need to be unaffected? I'm probably just wasting a Stardust here.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be unaffected.
So I banish DPE.
I think you probably just banish all 3 monsters.
I don't care about D-Force?
It's like usually not gonna be relevant. Like
Goated Veiler.
Well, yeah, I was like a little afraid of like double Veiler. That's why I wanted it to be unaffected. Yeah.
Okay. So why do I not care about the D-Force? Because it means they don't draw cards?
No, that's only why they have Plasma on field. But the thing is like I think the follow-up of Destiny Hero is so bad that usually like if you just clear the field and have like a semi-real board, it's like hard for them to do anything.
Right.
So
what would I have done after this, like after what I just did, to make sure I have a chance of winning, or like maximize my chances of winning? Like how much do I set? How much do I need to set up to not like give them a chance to come back with like Dark Ruler or Lava Golem or something?
Yeah, that's a good. Well, Lava Golem not mystic because of the skill locks, but
they can't Lava Golem. Okay, so if I just end on 2 monsters, I'm fine.
Yeah, so I think what you would have done is like you summon back the Sada Synchron by triggering the Trish Zero.
Yeah.
Then summon back the Trail.
Yeah.
And then you get the wishes there for like follow up, and then you can Primus. If you wanted to, you can probably even Primus pop.
D-Force.
And get rid of the D-Force.
But then I have to pop my normal summon.
Yeah. Yeah, then you'd have to pop the normal summon, yeah.
But then in my mind, it's like, okay, if their follow-up is bad, and they can't play Sphere Mode, they can't play Lava Golem. If I just end on like 2 big monsters, let's say I do the double Quasar or Quasar plus Supernova, the only way they can out those quote unquote is Dark Ruler.
Yeah.
But then they can never they can never run over them, right?
Yeah, they would have to like somehow get a second plasma on field, but
as long as I have a way to beat that.
Yeah, like you have Bell and stuff. You have you're gonna end on Phalanx this game as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why I have to get rid of the D-Force, because if the D-Force stays and they somehow summon second plasma, that plasma solos me.
Yeah, that's fair. It is safer.
So I just Trish Zero the 3 monsters because they can't be destroyed because of Dreadmaster.
Yeah.
And then I go Primera Primus later to destroy the D-Force.
Yeah.
And then I pass on Crimson plus Quasar. Plus back row.
Yeah, plus like Phalanx.
Yeah. And I have wishes to make the Shooting Star live if I need it. And if they can't Sphere Mode because I only have 2 monsters, and if they Dark Ruler, I have a Quasar with 4,000.
I would even tag out the Crimson in standby phase, just so like you don't have a 0.
I could have even tagged it out in my turn because I summoned the Quasar with the skill. I could have made I could have passed on Quasar Supernova.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems best.
Okay. Well, we're winning in DLV Max, which means we're also going to be winning in the qualifier.
That is how it works.
I will say I probably will have some issues on the first day, but I will probably get used to it. And I think the last 2 days matter more than the first day anyways. I'll probably just use the first day to get comfortable with everything.
Yeah.
I am going to turn off summoning animations though. Where the hell is that? Hold up.
Bottom. But yeah, I feel like that's natural. Like I think
this one
always.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you always like get better because like you play more in a cup than like you would ever do in testing. So like you always get better as the like days go on.
Okay, I'm a fan of this because I don't like the idea of queuing into the Destiny Hero deck and basically have a guaranteed loss if they go first.
Yeah, I like it's nice to have these.
I don't want to lose to 1 Discord. I'm okay to lose to 2, I guess. Even though that, honestly, 2 of them is still relatively likely if they play 3 copies.
Yeah.
Because they do draw 2 cards with the Liquid Soldier, right? So if they, as long as they see 2 Discords or open 1 and then find another, that doesn't seem impossible.
It is, because especially like if they already have 1, they can draw 2 with Liquid first to like even thin 2 more cards, and then because they only need to see 1 card, they just stack and then try to draw into it with Fusion Sub.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Extra deck. How do I fit second Quasar?
Yeah, I think the flex spots are the Trish Zero or the Rally Rolls. I feel like everything else is, for this build, is mandatory.
How do I beat Destiny Hero without Trish Zero?
Yeah, then you cannot out the board in your turn. Like then you have to, like it's gonna be weird. Like you're gonna have to like pop the D-Force and then during their turn out the plasma with your traps.
That seems very weird because there's also a DPE next to that still.
Yeah, like you're gonna have to always like have something that checks the DPE, so like a Stardust Dragon.
No, honestly, the one that has been the weirdest to me was the Ruddy Rose. I like the option, but I feel like it might honestly be the Ruddy Rose then, because is there any matchup where the Ruddy Rose just literally completely clears everything, like completely insane?
Against Resonator, but like I feel like I don't think you need it versus Resonator.
I mean, yeah, like I can also just, I mean, if I get to 10k elo, there's not going to be Resonators, is there?
Yeah, that, and like the idea is that like Ruddy Rose, like they negate it with Fiendish Chain or Hot Red, and you chain Droplet and everything's out. But like it's cool in theory, but like you're gonna get through the board anyway if you have Droplet.
Yeah, I mean, is it so bad if I just go Satellite Droplet then?
They have Soul Resonator in the grave to protect their cards.
Right,
So
okay.
you're gonna have to like play a little differently, but like Droplet just checks like 2 of their interactions. They have 2 trap cards, like Fiendish Chain and Fiendish Golem. One is a little card from 2010 or something, so it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it might be the Ruddy Rose. Or honestly, ever since I cut the second Quasar, I've not really been missing it that much.
Yeah, I think 212s is perfectly reasonable. Like, it's not mandatory.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just do some more practice in the upcoming days and see how often I make the Ruddy Rose or how often I miss the second Quasar. But I think for me, it's between those. Because I do think if unless Destiny Hero is not seeing play at all, like if I like at some point during the qualifier I notice like, hey, no one's playing Destiny Hero, then maybe at some point I'll take out like the Trap Eater and the Trishula Zero.
Yeah, that I think is reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just worried about bricking going first a little bit. Maybe I just throw in 1 or 2 extra starters and make it 30.
Yeah, I could see that because it is really frustrating how bricky this deck is.
I do have tunings and I also have more copies of this, so I could just, I mean, at 30 cards, I'm just not going to build my Necro Valley with tuning.
True.
What if I just decide to never do that?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Because sometimes you mill Magical Hound and that's free.
That is actually, yeah, it's actually also good.
And it's the same chance milling the Hound as it is milling the Necro Valley.
If you mill Hound, your combo actually becomes better because then you can get the token with Stardust Trail, and instead of summoning back Formula, you summon back Hound, and that's 1+1, so you get another draw.
See?
Based.
That is 1+1. Yeah. The only other thing that I would consider is like maybe cutting some breakers down instead of adding more starters. I'm not sure what the math on the breakers is because you do see an extra card going second.
Yeah.
But you kind of like in most matchups, I do feel like if you don't see a single breaker going second, it is pretty hard.
Yeah,
let's just a little thought experiment. In that Destiny Hero game we just played, let's say they found one Discord and I have Trap Eater in my deck. Is there a world in which I win that even if I don't have Dark Ruler?
It's a little annoying because the Trap Eater might actually clog you a little bit to do like the
Primera Primus.
Yeah, the Primera Primus dodge play.
I mean, I opened the field spell though, so I was fine, right?
Actually, yeah, with hard open field spell, it's probably fine.
Because I go skill, I get 2 monsters, I get Trap Eater, I summon Trap Eater, I activate field spell. I guess I do lose if they just DP the field spell.
Yeah, the issue is they can like DP there. Well, when you have like, then you make Axel, I guess.
You make Axel. No, it's probably not winning.
Yeah.
It's probably not winning.
Seems difficult to get.
Dude, I think the stupid Hound has got to go.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to cut him. Like, he's like cool in theory, but yeah.
Because in practice, here's the thing: if some people play the Centurion counter trap instead, which I've seen people do, then I feel like the Trap Eater is even like it kind of doubles as a way to handle that matchup as well.
That's true.
Okay, I'll think about that. Okay, I think that I think that gives me a solid baseline. I think even though I think a lot of people are going to be better with the timer and everything, if I can get used to it during the first 2 days, maybe, you know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
I'm gonna beat you up at Worlds. You wait for it. Okay. Well, thank you so much for this. I really appreciate your time. And I guess you also stream. I put your everyone. I put Sniffus Twitch handle in the stream title. So everyone go and follow Sniffus and check out his. You're probably streaming this weekend as well at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
So
will.
everyone go, leave a follow to our reigning Duel Links world champion and coach for today's Sniffers. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, I guess we will meet in the what was it called? Not Duelist Cup. Is it KC Cup?
Yeah, KC Cup.
KC Cup. We will meet each other in the KC Cup this weekend. All right. If you see someone not use the second skill on turn 1, then you know it's
I know who it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'll talk to you later.
Yep, I see you. Thank you for having me.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That was nice. That was nice. All right. Well, gamers, that is going to be it for today. That was some nice little Duel Links prep. I hope you enjoyed that. I thought it was fun. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I'm excited to see how I can do. I definitely think one of my bigger issues is some of the, like, just the handling in this game is different from Master Duel. Like the fact that you can't toggle with left and right click is something that it genuinely matters sometimes, as well as the fact that like you can, like, the little tricks with the, like, you can see if they have a quick play spell if you're toggled on. I didn't know about that. The timer is different. So a lot of stuff to get used to. But I will make sure to practice in the upcoming days for the weekend, and then hopefully I can put up a good fight for people trying to qualify. So yeah, that is that for today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you tune in on the weekend when we try to qualify for the Duel Links World Championship. I hope it's going to be an exciting stream, or an exciting couple of streams this weekend. I hope you tune in. This is not going to be the last stream for the week, however. So I'm not going to be live tomorrow because I do need to take some time off before the weekend to take care of some stuff. I will be live on Thursday though, a little bit later than usual on Thursday. I think it's going to be 7 p.m. Central European time. So I'll see you all on Thursday for the Continental Clash, which I'm going to be commentating. So it's going to be an exciting Thursday. I'll see you guys then. Thank you all so much for watching. Appreciate you all. Thank you for the support, all the follows, all the subs. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I also hope you all have a wonderful day tomorrow. I'll find someone to raid real quick, and then I will see you all on Thursday for the Continental Clash. I'll send you all over to Bronas, who is currently grinding some Master Duel. And then I will see you all on Thursday or on the weekend for the Duel Links Worlds grind. All right, thank you all for watching. Hope you all have a fun day, a fun time with Bronas, and I'll see you next time, duelists. Bye-bye.